Nacional Algarve in Portugal, also known as Portimao. My name's Peter Mackay and I'll be joined by Joe Bradley in the Global Broadcast Centre to take you through the final 4.5 hours of the 6th edition of the 24 Hours of Portimao. The teams and drivers have been roaring on through the night, and our coverage continues with live pictures and sound from now into the flag uninterrupted. Let's have a look then how the standings look and see how the teams and drivers have fared through the night. And well, just as we logged off last night at around 9:30 local time, Hermeth Motorsport were in a strong position and they have survived the night. The number 92 GT3 Pro-Am entry, that turbo liveried machine, leads the way after some roaring pace through the night, setting the best lap of the race with a 1:43.6 from Robert Renauer on his 50th race here in the 24H series in the dark of night. But don't write off the number 91 car, the GT3 AM entry. They lead their class in second overall. The Scotsman Ian Loggy is at the wheel right now. Santalok Junior Team, the pole sitters, they sit in third at the moment, and those are your top three, your really front-running GT3 cars. Then we go into the 992s, and the battle is actually an inter-team battle between Red Ant Racing's 903 and 904 cars, because unfortunately the 909 Red Camel Jordan's crew had a little bit of a delay with a broken wheel nut. We'll cover a little bit more of that in a second. The 963 Orchid Racing Team sit in 7th, and the 902 Holmgard Motorsport crew, they sit in 8th despite their delays early on in the race. In 9th at the moment, we have Thomas Leal for W Autosport in the GT4 class. That's your leader in GT4. Great stuff from the Toyota crew. But they're being chased down with just a couple of laps behind the Bagheera ZM Racing Squad. Leah College at the wheel right now of that Mercedes AMG GT4. And another fantastic recovery from RPM Racing. They've had a few little delays in the garage with repairs and what have you, but they lead their class in 992 11th overall, with team owner Tracy Crone at the wheel at this moment in time. Seb Lejeune Racing, though, they're chasing them down in 12th with Gary Terclavers at the wheel. And, well, what's becoming a bit of a fan favourite, the Peugeot 308 Racing Cup of the PRV team, 13th overall. I think that's a mighty achievement so far. The plucky Lithuanian squad, the GSR Motorsport Ginetta, they sit in 14th, third in GT4 at the moment, with the Vortex V8 in 15th and MRS GT Racing in 16th. In 17th, we unfortunately have, from here on down, are the walking wounded, or indeed the parked up wounded. E2P Racing have stopped for the day. Their garage door is down and they will go no further. The Orchid Racing Team in the pits, as well as our Hoffer Racing, Grove Racing, HRT Performance and Line Speed GP. Well, before we bring in Joe Bradley into the Global Broadcast Centre, let's get down to the pits, because Diana Binks is rearing to go, and she has got our hero of the hour. We'll get down to Diana in just a moment. Track temperature, absolutely perfect. We've got 16 degrees Celsius in the air, 16 degrees on the track. Absolutely perfect racing conditions as the sun rises up here at around 7:35 local time. So let's get down to Diana Binks in the pits then, who is with the hero of the hour, Paul Trussell.
Of course, and we can always rely knowing that Paul will be ready and waiting for us. So, Paul, we're just catching up with events overnight. A lot to find out from various different teams, but obviously none like yourself. You had some issues in the early hours there. Can you update us as to what the problem was and how you've rectified it?
I hate you, Di.
Don't really hate me at all, Paul.
You come in here and we've been at it all night. No, it's not been a great night. Front left wheel problems, possibly caused by the brake just getting a bit too hot. broke some wheel studs, got that sorted, put the wheel back on, went out for a stint, and then when the car came back in, the front left wheel wouldn't come off. So we had to force it off. Having forced it off, we then had to renew the hub, new wheel bearing, sent him on his way again. There's nothing like a difficult session like that to get Luke fired up. So Luke's gone out, and I think he said about 8 laps quicker than Rick has gone. If you ever had a big brother that was always quicker than you, well, Luke showed how quick he can go. The car is clearly quick because, as I say, Luke's doing in some astonishing laps. But we're 7 laps down on the slower of the 2 Red Ant cars, and I think 17 laps down on the leading Red Ant car. So we're still in 3rd place. We're going to go for a podium. We're not giving up, you know. Something might happen to the Red Ant cars, but they've slowed down. But something might happen. We've still got a long way to go. We'll keep pushing.
Yeah, I mean, there's always stuff that happens overnight, isn't there? And certainly on this circuit, there's been a few areas where early on we were seeing some issues with teams with the brakes and with tyres, but obviously it settled down as it got cooler.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really been paying attention what's been going on now in the pit lane, but it does seem to be quieter now than it was when you disappeared and did all your... you had your break, I mean. So it's a tough race. I said to Nick on the grid, you know, 24-hour racing is tough. But that's why we do it. You get to the end, if you can, and you feel like you've achieved something. If you win, it's even better. Red Camel have had some great results. You know, we did the Middle East Trophy. We won 3 races in a row out there. Haven't had a great start to the European season, but hopefully we've done this one a lot better than we've done the earlier races at Mugello and Spa. We've got Misano coming up. We've got Barcelona after that, so there's still plenty to chew at.
And the team during the night got some rest. I saw they had a few of them were asleep on the floor. Couldn't have been comfortable, but I'm guessing they're used to that, Paul.
Well, it was good actually because Lion Speed next door were a very early retirement, the GT4 Porsche. So we've kind of taken over their garage, which they've kindly left spick and span clean. We've made that into the sleeping quarters, so we've got air mattresses, everything there. So keep our voices down, otherwise we'll wake them up.
Paul, thank you so much. Obviously, as you say, plenty more time yet to go, and thanks for chatting this morning.
You're very welcome. I've enjoyed being here.
And you don't hate me at all, do you?
Say that again?
You don't hate me at all?
No. It's just I get a little envious of people who come in, obviously having gone out and had a good night's sleep.
But you won't take any sleep, will you? But anyway, you get back to work. Thank you very much, Paul. And as I was chatting to Paul, guys, a couple of cars came in. I think I didn't see who they were, unfortunately, because I was chatting to Paul. So I'm just going to make my way up to the other end of the pit lane and then work my way back and find out what I can for you.
You're a superstar, Dana. Thank you very much. And Paul Trussell, you are hardcore. Fantastic stuff. A very good morning, Joe Bradley. Welcome back to the Global Broadcast Centre and ready for another day of racing here in Portimao. We've got a few updates. Again, thank you to our good friend and colleague Paul Trussell, who's brought us up to date with some of the happenings overnight. If you could bring our listeners up to date on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much Paul Trussell hates us, he just doesn't understand us. He doesn't understand how anyone can walk away from a 24-hour race and grab some rest. And Paul's always been a stalwart of staying put. And when he was part of our broadcast team, before he became the strategist for Red Camels, we would go off on the overnight breaks and Paul would stay put and he would follow the race. And we would come in the following morning like we have now. What a beautiful morning it is here in Portimao. The sun beginning to take that chill out of the air. It is absolutely glorious for the last 4 hours or so. We used to come in and we would be greeted with a load of post-it notes with occurrences and updates and happenings, and it's kind of become a feature of the second segment of any 24-hour race we do. So let's call this part of the show the Paul Trussell post-it notes feature. I'm going to go through them in chronological order, Peter, and we'll just sort of have a chat about what Paul has left for us information-wise. So the number 90, let's start with that one. That car has been in the pits now, or it came in the pits after a 20-minute stop at around 10:45 p.m. last night. The car dropped back from an out of contention in the GT3 class. That is one of the cars that's been in the pits now for quite a while. Then the number 11, the Hofer Mercedes, came in just before midnight. And as Paul was writing this update, it remained in the pits for a big problem. There was a good race between the two Herbert cars. That will continue, I think, right until the very end. And then at midnight, the 909, as Paul has mentioned there, they were a lap down on the red at 903 and 5 laps ahead of the 904. And then we had that tale of woe that Paul has just mentioned there. We've got cars in the pits with Diana, so let's break out of the Paul Trussell post-it notes feature and head down there for some early morning pit callers, Di.
Meant to do a drive change, which is just behind me. That looks like a pretty normal full-service stop, changing tyres, changing driver. But right behind them, the 491W Autosport have brought their car in and actually wheeled it straight into the... looking at the front, I don't know whether they're going to just do a... No, they're not doing a brake change, but they've taken the car in there for some reason. I'm not quite 100% sure. Someone here. The driver has got out of the car, but he's getting back in, so I'm assuming it's nothing too major. We just have another little word. What's happening? Sorry, I'm interrupting someone eating an orange.
I'm speaking English little. Little problem at the in French, pompe à essence.
So nothing major. He's checking the data, making sure everything's okay.
Excuse me. This is you speak and engineer.
Okay. He's actually in the middle of checking all the data. What are you finding? That's a no. No, don't want to speak to me, so I'm getting out of the garage. They're not very happy. That was the 491V Autosport garage. Car's still in there. They're checking data. Drivers got back in behind the wheel, and they're now looking like they're changing the tyres.
And that is our
I'm thinking a few more minutes, and that will be back out.
Thank you, Diana. That is our class leader in GT4, who have a lead of just over a lap from the Bagheera ZM Racing crew. So this is going to be a lead change, I think, in GT4. Yeah. So understandably, Joe, it's pretty frantic down there.
Yeah, it should be as well, because as we've been speculating pretty much since the we went green at the very start in midday yesterday, a lap lead is nothing on a track of 6.5 kilometres like we have here in Portimao, and it's the Bagheera Mercedes that is chasing that car down for that GT4 lead. So we may see that class lead, and perhaps the engineer didn't want to talk to Di because he didn't have an answer for her. Quite frankly, they've got the laptop in there. They're downloading data to find out what the problem is with that Toyota Supra. So we'll wait and see with bated breath whether or not we do indeed have a GT4 class change. Getting back to our feature this morning, Paul Trussell's post-it note time. The E2P Porsche number 90 pitted again at 1:20 a.m. and was there for half an hour, and we didn't really have, Paul didn't get any idea why that problem was, but it was clearly a problem that manifested later. The Hofer 11 car, the number 11, the Hofer Motorsport Mercedes, looked like a retirement at this point. At 2:30 a.m, the MRS Racing car 988, Will Langhorne is currently in that car and still going round, but the MRS GT Racing Porsche 8th in the 992 class, that came into the pits for more than an hour at around 2:30 a.m. There was a 3-minute code 60 around 1:30 a.m. as the 917 Orchid car was stopped at the pit lane entrance. And then an hour and a half later, the 917 was still in the pits with a problem. The 917 is a retirement, of course, and still is in the pits. The number 92 set the fastest lap of the race at 3:45 a.m. It was Kolb at the wheel, and the lap time was a 1:43.675. Well, that has already been broken, hasn't it? The Max Moritz is in the 92 at the moment, and the car's fastest lap is a 43.654. However, the sister car, the car number 91, currently second, Ian Loggy at the wheel, that's got a fastest lap time of a 43.2. So maybe that's where the fastest lap is at the moment. And here we go. Paul's post-it notes, read down further down, Bradley. Until Rainauer betted it at 4:40 with a 43.654. That's gone down even further, 43.282 for the 91. Continuing on then, we're almost at the end of our post-it note update. At 5:15 a.m, the 909 lost the 15 minutes, which Paul has just mentioned there with regards to wheel studs, and then that was what dropped the 909 to the to third in class in the 992 class, and we heard Paul describe what they have ahead. It's, you know what, as I said, Trussell said he was envious of Diana because she'd been and got a break and got a little bit of an overnight sleep. However, you know what, Peter, if we offered Trussell the opportunity to break away from a 24-hour race, doesn't matter what he's doing, whether he's working for a team or being a broadcaster like us and being a commentator. Hey, Paul, go in, get yourself some rest, mate. He'd say, no thanks, I'm staying right here because I'll lose track of the race. That's what he's like. So don't give me that about being envious, Paul.
I believe he's been given that option many times and refused it. So
absolutely.
Yes.
And then the thing is, he looks at us with disdain when we head off. He's like,
weaklings.
It's like, totally. And he doesn't hate us. He just doesn't understand us.
Yes.
Thanks,
Fair
Paul.
enough.
It was really appreciated, those updates. That has kept us in line with what's been happening. So, Peter, 4 hours and 11 minutes remaining in this race, and it's a high-speed game of chess, isn't it? Let's have a look at some of the pieces, though, with the pit lane, in the pit lane, I should say, and Dinah Binks is down there still. Di.
Okay, you've come down to me. I'm with the 902 Home Guard Racing. Kim and I were just having a chat there. Kim, we're just catching up with what's happened overnight. How would you describe your race so far?
We had a very good start. All our strategy was working. Then we had some mechanical issues early in the race, and then the night has been good. And now, when we were catching some of the front runners, we had another issue. So,
a bit frustrating.
A bit, yes.
What were the mechanical issues that you faced?
Same as all the other teams. Left rear wheel problems with left rear wheel.
Is it the wheel nut? Was it the wheel nuts? Was it the wheel nut that you had a problem with?
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, and then we are a little bit surprised over the brake wear. We're using more brake than we thought, so we also changed the brakes more than we should.
Any idea why?
Oh, no, not really. Maybe too much ABS from the drivers, but I don't really know.
And what's the feedback from the drivers so far?
Oh, they love the track. Love to be here. It's a very nice track. The area is nice, so no, we will definitely come back.
And we're very happy to hear that, but we're also happy to see that the wind's dropped a little bit as well this morning. It's lovely conditions here in the pit lane.
Oh, it's very good. The windy have been a little bit tough tonight. A little bit tough. So yes, it's been cold, but now the sun is coming and the wind is going. So yeah, it gives you a little bit energy again.
Excellent. Thank you so much. See you later.
Brilliant stuff, Diana. Yeah, great to hear from the Home Guard crew. And interesting, we speculated about it yesterday evening when we saw quite a few cars having similar issues with the left rear, not necessarily with tyre failures, but more with actually failures with the hub and the wheel itself. So it seems that this has been an issue that's plagued a few of the 992 class teams. Update on our, well, former now class leader in GT4. We've got a lead change. The Bagheera ZM Racing crew, they march into the lead as the Toyota Supra still sitting in the garage for W Autosport. And a huge thank you to our producer Kerry, who's A-level French, is obviously still working well because she managed to translate the word for fuel pump. So it's yet another fuel pump that's caused a big delay for one of our front-running drivers, Joe.
Yeah, I did pick up the word essence, and I thought, well, that's petrol, isn't it? That's fuel, but he's not allowed to refuel in the garage, so thanks, Kerry. Just clarified exactly what the problem is with that Toyota Supra. I'm beginning to feel a bit responsible for the 992 runners who have encountered problems of all sorts, haven't we? Sticking wheels, broken hubs, punctures, suspension. I mentioned how robust the 992 class cars were, and they were a great car to run. I've helped run a Porsche before in GT Cup in the UK, and they are a very robust, and I describe them as bulletproof. Well, Portimao is really putting these cars to the test, isn't it? And we're seeing and having described to us all sorts of niggly issues that the teams are having to encounter. But I think another hark back to what Paul Trussell said to Diana, it's about the challenge of getting to the finish. And as I say that, out of the pit garage has come the Toyota Supra. However, having pulled out of the garage, not allowed to drive out the garage, it's got to be pushed and then fired up on the pit apron. It has done so. Let's head down to Die. That car stopped again, has it?
It has. It just they pushed fire it up. They've tried 2 or 3 times, but it's not fired up at all. So there was obviously a bit of a rush to see what the guys can do. They're now back having a look round the car, and they're going to try fire it up once more. So it's at the moment just static on the pit lane. Actually, it's partly over the line as well, which is obviously not ideal. So they're having to try and pull the car backwards, which I can see them doing that, but it possibly could be stuck in gear. I'm not sure because they're struggling. They're moving it now as the 988, which has been in for a pit stop, makes its way back out on track, but pretty close. The 491 going back into the garage. So I'm cautious that they're all busy working on that car. As soon as I can get an answer from anyone, I will.
That is a tragedy, isn't it, Peter? They were going so well, but then, you know what, we've still got 4 hours of racing, and this is what 24-hour races kind of do. Endurance racing can be cruel.
Oh, very, very cruel. I mean, they were leading the GT4 class by virtue of having the strongest reliability record. The GSR Ginetta of the Lithuanian squad had fantastic pace, but reliability issues. Bagheera, again, strong pace, but reliability issues of their own. Bagheera now into the leads. They're 4 laps now ahead of the W Autosport car, which has been in the pits now for 12, coming up for around 15 minutes then in the pits and counting. So
I tell you what, Peter, if we're not careful, the Ginetta is actually closing in on the Toyota for that 2nd place podium spot as well. So the Toyota's completed 539 laps, and the Ginetta 458. Now I know that's a chunk of time. However, if you're traveling at racing speed and your competitor is static in the pits, you are gaining ground, and that's exactly what we've seen with regards to the Bagheera Mercedes pulling that one in exactly the same fashion. It's pulled about 11 laps, I think, was the gap we were talking about yesterday evening. And here we are with the problem, and that gap has disappeared. So it might be tens and tens of laps, but that Ginetta will continue to pound round, and barring any issue, it is closing down on that Toyota as we speak. No pressure, guys, down there in the W Autosport team, but I think they're probably as aware, if not more so aware than I am.
By my calculations, they've got about 2.5 hours before the GSR Motorsport crew will pass them. So it is possible. I think maybe by that point they might have given up. But we'll see. We'll keep a close watch on that in GT4. Fuel bunks is something that we've seen plague several cars, both in GT3 and GT4. So it is definitely an issue that's reared its ugly head here at Portimao. For the 992s, it's been more left rear wheel issues. I think a lot to do with the unique loads that are put on the car here at Portimao. I mean, it's clearly a fantastic place to come and test a race car, mainly because you can get great weather, you can test all night, and the circuit itself puts a great strain on the car, which I guess is what you want during testing. In fact, during the early days of the Porsche 919 program, Porsche actually came here with 2 test mule cars, and they actually compared suspension configurations and tested a few of their new drivers at the time. Brendan Hartley was a new Porsche driver at that time, and Earl Bamber, etc. Mark Lieb was in there too. So they all got a run out here at Portimao. So it's definitely, not only has it been very popular in racing, but also for testing as well. And actually, this circuit, is experienced two kind of major global events. It opened in 2008 in the midst of the global financial crisis, which made the beginnings of this circuit difficult. But actually, the COVID pandemic in 2020, although difficult at first, with the changes that had to be made, when you think about the number of MotoGP races they've had here now, F1, etc. Actually, the COVID pandemic is, it in a way has brought motorsport to this venue, and people have realised just how special it is, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fabulous facility. We've waxed lyrical about the track, haven't we, and how brilliant it is. We've heard drivers say, I mean, Ian Loggy in the 91 car at the moment, Ian Loggy said it's his favourite track in the whole world, and you can understand why. But when you look at the facility just over the road from the main car track is a magnificent karting facility, where we've seen European level karting, World Championship level karting take place. It's very challenging. It's a very challenging kart track and kart facility, and as well as that, the infrastructure that's been built around this facility with the Algarve Resort. You've got a massive hotel complex with apartments and condominiums and a pool area where people can come for a holiday. You're only a short drive away from the coast up here in the hills, but this is a place to come. You can come for a holiday. I know Nick Damon has had, I don't know, I've lost count of how many bike track days he's been over here for in the last 2 or 3 years. So it's one of those places where it's not just a place where people come and race their cars at international level. There is things going on here every day of the week with people and activities on both sides of the road. There's the Kartodrome International Algarve. It's one of the best tracks in the world for karting. And I'm going to punt a guess that it certainly had the World Rotax finals there in the last few years. And everybody in karting that I know, and I know quite a few, absolutely love the idea of coming to Portimao for all of those reasons.
I think next time we need to make sure we're off shift at the same time, Joe, and we get out there for a little race around. You can show me the lines.
Yeah, if you can keep up. Yeah, cool.
I doubt that. You might have to go slow for me.
Well, Fabian, our 0221 producer, I mean, you know, Fabian and I, we're not exactly svelte. 2 fat lads showed everybody the way around at Dubai one year. Fabian knows how to drive a kart as well. I look forward to challenge to racing him again soon. I know he's listening, and we know we're quick.
All right, get a room. We're into the final 6th of the race then, here at Portimao. We've got just under 4 hours to go as the Race leader, the number 92 Herberth Fat Turbo Porsche, marches on at the front of the race. And this is a really important race for that crew, but not only to try and win yet another race in the 24H series, but also to prepare for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring in just a few weeks' time, where Robert Renauer, his team will be painted. The car will be painted exactly like this, and Vincent Kolb leading the team into a campaign at one of the toughest 24-hour races in the world. So this is really good track time, really good competitive experience. It's effectively a 24-hour. I mean, it's the best 24-hour test you could possibly have, because it's race conditions, and race conditions so much different, so much more intense than a private test. So yeah, really, really important for that Herberth crew to get that mileage under the car and yeah, get ready for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
I think I heard Di there. Let's head down to the pits. Binksy, is that you shouting up?
It is, thanks Joe. Bouguerie Racing, Alia's just hopped out of the car. Alia, how was that stint?
It was alright. I mean, it was during the sunrise, so it was tricky with the sun. In some places it was difficult to see, but we've been a few laps behind, but our competitors seem to have a problem, so we're in the lead now. So it was a long night for sure, but I think we're going good. We're going stable and consistent. So just under 4 hours to go, and so far we're in the lead.
Yeah, you've had a couple of challenges throughout the race so far. Just remind us of what those were.
Well, we had a small car problems twice where we lost a lot of time, like half an hour, and then again a little bit later we had some small problems, but it wasn't as big, but we lost some time there. So it was for sure an up and down race, but we've been pushing through, and the mechanics have been working really well. They've been it's been not an easy job for them, but they've been going really good so far, and yeah, let's see.
What's the conditions like out on track? What was the conditions like as it evolved during the night into the morning again?
Well, surprisingly enough, I really enjoyed it in the night. I think it's where I had I felt my best stint, so which was pretty surprising for me. So in the morning, it got a little bit more tricky as it gets warmer. So I've been trying to manage the tires, because then I started to slide more, which reduces the tires, but. You know, it's yeah. Now is daylight, so it's nice. We can completely see. So I think we learned a lot during the night, because we had to adapt a lot from not being able to see. So now in the daylight, it's very nice, and yeah.
How important is that to you, to keep learning every time you get in the car and get out on a different track?
For sure, every kilometer counts. This is a new track for us, so we're all learning. We're all learning a lot. So every kilometer counts. If it's on circuits or if it's on rally, it's all adding up. So I think I'm enjoying the opportunity to go from race to race and have as much race as I have in the year. And I think every year I'm improving as a driver, and it's hopefully showing.
This is such a great series, isn't it?
Yeah, we love coming to the 24-hour series. It's a very good competition, and if each race is different hours, and it's split in two, so it's a really, really fun race.
Thank you so much.
Great
Thank
stuff.
you, Di.
Thank you very much.
We've just got a glimpse on the live stream of the kart drum. Fabian has that again. But just looking back as well, it seems a popular venue for the Rotax Max World Finals. They were there in 2022. That was the one I could remember. They were also there in 2020, 2017, 2015, and 2012 was the first time they were held there. Probably the first time that became available. But that's how good a facility this is, and I think it's not just about the track, Peter, as we've said. It's about the infrastructure that was built into the area, and the resort and the other hotels, and the fact that you're only half an hour away from like tourist resorts on the Atlantic coast here on the Algarve. It really is a great place to be.
So pit stop for the Red Camel Jordan's crew, and Ivo Breukers is actually we might get become a member of our team. He's a cameraman for this pit stop. He's kneeled down in his civvies, getting a shot of this pit stop of the Red Camel's crew coming in. They're taping up the front hood there, and that is, we saw that a few laps ago, just flapping a little bit. So they're making sure that's all tied down and not going to cause a problem, and you certainly don't want it to pop open on the racetrack. I think
I've just heard Di, Peter. Di, did you have anything from that stop?
Yeah, I was just telling you that Luke was staying behind the wheel. He wasn't getting out. Obviously, just driver stayed in. They changed all the wheels, and as you quite rightly say, they taped up the front just to make sure that doesn't flap up. And Ivo was very busy filming all of that while the crew were at work. But another slick stop by the guys here at Red Camel.
Is Ivo there, Di? Ask him what's with all the artistic photography there. What's that for? Is that for his Instagram account? We'll grab Ivo, no doubt, when Di has a chance to grab hold of his collar. We'll see what. I did notice Chris Lazenby as well. Chris Lazenby visuals out there in the pit lane here in Portimao, grabbing some great shots. Check out his website, Chris Lazenby Visuals. What were we talking about, Peter Mackay? I tell you what I was going to talk about.
Rotax finals. You're definitely your avenue.
On that 909. We saw that bonnet flapping around, didn't we?
We did, yes, we did. That's what they've done. I've seen it quite a few times actually on the 992 Cup car, where they've, you'll see it just on particularly the faster parts of the straight. You'll just see it starting to flap out. Maybe just the air gets underneath it and starts to move around. I mean, you're clicking the braking zone here coming down into turn 1, 265 kilometers an hour in the Porsche Cup car, braking to around 130 kilometers an hour. Clipping the curb on the inside of that right-hander there at the Primera curve, and then round to the very slow right-hander of Lagos, getting right down to under 60 kilometers an hour there. I think Diana has been able to finally grab hold of Ivo Breukers. Diana?
No, you're wrong. I haven't. I have someone completely different. I have Phil Keane, who we in the UK will know very well as a professional racing driver and driver coach. Phil's not racing this weekend, but he is coaching. You're here with Ian Loggy, Phil. So just give us a feel of how you're guiding him over this weekend.
Sorry, I didn't get a word of that. Sorry.
You're here as a driver coach this weekend, looking after Ian.
Yes.
We just want to get a bit of a feel as to what the role evolves over the weekend for you as a driver and a coach.
Oh, just keeping an eye on, really, go through data with him after test sessions and just help him prepare ready for the weekend so he can do the best job he can, and he's doing a great job at the moment, and so hopefully we'll finish P2. I don't think we're going to catch the sister car, but it's P1 in class, so everyone's driven really well and done a good job.
This is such a great circuit. What advice do you give to anyone that wants to come here that haven't been here before? We've had actually quite a few drivers that are here for the very first time.
Yeah, this is one of my favourite circuits, actually, I'd say, here and Mugello. It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, I would say it's a lot about car positioning here, getting the car in the right place, and that's pretty much where I'd start, and then work from there, really.
Now, this team have got a great bunch of guys here. They're all very welcoming, but they're really pushing hard. They've always produced as much as they can. They take it right to the wire.
Yeah, I think they do a great job. It's the first time I've been involved with them or been in here, and they're a great team. Everything's flawless. They're all well organised and well-oiled machines. So, it's really good to watch them work and go through the weekend. And the cars are faultless. So, hats off to them, really. They're a very difficult team to beat, I would say, in any endurance racing.
From your perspective, obviously, I know you're racing and a coach, but you're here as a coach this weekend. Is there a part of you that still wants to get behind the wheel when you get to the track, or are you quite happy to sort of have the balance of the two now?
No, I think you always want to be behind the wheel, but it's still great to be here and just see how the team operates and to help Ian build ready for British GT in 2 weeks' time. So, it's been good fun.
Thanks, Phil.
No worries, cheers, thank you.
Thank you, Di. Thank you, Binksy. got a mission for you as well. We spoke yesterday, can you remember, Peter, about the driver in the 92 Herbert car, currently the leading car, Max Moritz. Now, I am suspicious as to whether that is his actual name,
yes,
as Max and Moritz was a German illustrated cartoon back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and Di, this is your mission. I think the very person who told me the story of Max and Moritz was Paul Trussell, whose wife is German. Tatiana will not be watching back at home, I'm pretty sure, but check out with Trussell the Max and Moritz story, and then maybe by the time we've done that, we might have a chance to actually speak to Max Moritz and just clarify if he wants to. There's a reason why he's using a pseudonym, I suppose.
Yes, that was my thinking. Is he is when I was doing my research earlier on in the week, I could not find a driver of Max Moritz anywhere, so I googled Max Moritz, and I thought, aha, yeah, very good. What would be the British equivalent of that?
We're going back to the turn of the last century, aren't we? I mean, 1800s into 1900s, so it's almost getting towards just under 200 years old. Max and Moritz, I'm not really sure. I'm not sure we have an equivalent of a story of 7 boyish pranks is the title of the book.
I wonder.
And it's described as a blackly humorous tale. So a bit of dark humour, very Germanic, that, isn't it? It's
200-year-old dark humour. Goodness. That is a homework project for Diana Biggs to find out. Now, one of the stories of the night has been the recovery of the RPM Racing Squad car 907. They had a lot of delays early on, a few stays in the garage, and they have managed to vault themselves up through the night to first in class. They're 6th overall in the 992s, but first in the AM category. Diana is down in the pits now with some more information. Diana, what did you have for us?
Yeah, Brent Verheyen has just jumped out of the 904 Red Ant Racing. Brent, how was the stint?
Pretty good. It was with the upcoming sun. It was difficult. We had a little issue with the fuel valve. It opened during the stint, so we had to come in, all the fuel over the window. So it was not easy with the sun. No.
How far around the circuit were you when that happened?
Sorry?
How far around the circuit were you when that happened?
In turn 5. So I had to do half the circuit really slow because it was leaking a lot of fuel. Came in, they closed it, but then it was okay, but my window was completely dirty of the fuel.
And obviously you lost some fuel at that point as well, so how has that affected the strategy for you?
Not much. We lost a bit, but it's not a problem.
How are you enjoying the race?
Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice track, especially in the night, in the dark. It's really dark here. So it's a nice race. We're P2 at the moment, so I hope we can hold that.
Apart from that fueling issue, are you happy with the balance and the feel of the car, and how much is it evolving for you?
Yeah, the balance is quite good in the race, and the qualifying sessions and practice sessions we had a little brake issues, but we sorted out, and now the car is fine.
Thanks very much, Brett.
Thank you, Diana. And the 904 Red Ant crew that Brent Verheyen just handed over, they're running well. They're running 2nd in the class at the moment, and if they can keep that up, it would be a 1-2 for Red Ant Racing, but they will have to hold off the recovering 909 Red Campbell Jordan's car, which has had very much front-running pace all weekend long, but I've had a few issues. Wheel stud issues just a few hours ago, which dropped them back a little, so still plenty of time to go, and I'm sure, given that it's affected quite a few of the 992 teams, Joe, nobody can relax at all. I'm sure Red Ant are being very wary of that issue and telling their drivers to be careful, and also I'd imagine doing some pretty thorough checks at every pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much par for the course, isn't it? Even you can't take anything for granted. And I know that feeling of the sun coming up on that Sunday morning when the sun makes that appearance and the dawn, eventually the sun appears above the horizon. You kind of get the feeling of this thing's nearly over. However, you've then got to smack yourself around the head and remind yourself it isn't in any way nearly over, and you have to keep absolutely pushing and being consistent. And if you look at the lap times, the leading 3 cars in GT3 all lapping pretty much in the same 1:45 lap time, Ridge. For instance, Max Moritz in the leading car, 1:45.6, 1:45.5 from Ian Loggy, and a 1:45.3 from Elliot Earhart. They are laps apart. However, the pressure is on, because with a track of 6.5 kilometres, I'm going to say this a few times going towards the finish, that, you know, a lap lead can disappear in the blink of an eye. You've got a sticky wheel nuts, you've got, you know, you need to tank tape put some gaffer tape over a piece of bodywork, and that lap is going to disappear. So you have got to keep going, and you've got to keep telling yourself there is still 3 hours and 43 minutes remaining, and you've got to keep that pressure going.
We're definitely not done by any stretch. If you think what happened in the first 4 hours of the race, there's several issues for several teams. It can definitely happen in the final 4 hours when the whole crew is more tired, the car itself is more worn out too. The Peugeot 308 Racing Cup, which has been a real fan favourite on our live stream, and it's still cracking on. In fact, it is at the moment in 13th position overall. So fantastic stuff there from the PRV team. Christian Glotz has just brought that car in for very much routine service, and it's provided some great entertainment out there. No driver aids and no ABS, nothing like that. So we see the rear wheel cocking up, and we see we see some lockups and what have you. So it's definitely been a thrilling car to watch out there on track, and very much won the hearts of our fans. Now, another 992 car with the same issue the Red Camels had with the hood of the car, the frunk for the 992 road car. I didn't quite catch the number on which car it was. It's the 908, the Seb Lejeune racing car, with the same issue, Joe.
Yeah, seems to be. Remember that bonnet, the hood on the front of the car, that's just a cover that covers up the fuel tank in there. So you know, if that hood did go missing, it would affect the car from the sense of aero and cooling, because there are ducts in there that are channeling air. We've got a car in the pits, and I think that is the car, the number 91 from second place, Ian Loggy with the Herbert team, into the pits. And is Binksy there, Diana?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, just the car just arrived onto the pit apron. Jason Hart is getting ready to get in the car, and he will be jumping out of that one. The team go about their usual full service stop, changing the tyres. He jumps out, and just a slight delay on the rear left here, but they've got that tyre on now. But working methodically, just about to drop the car down, last minute checks and stuff to the driver, making sure he's belted up and in the car, and down it goes. There we go.
Standard fare for the 91 Herbert car that is already off the pit apron. New driver plugged in, Ian Loggy, might make himself available to die. Two Scottish people having a chat. Mr. Mackay, you'll have to translate, of course.
That's enough from you. If you're from the that's it. I'm sure he will. But being Scottish, he'll be very generous and accommodating. So yes, there are other stereotypes you can go there.
I have noticed that when Binksy talks to someone from Scotland, her Scottishness increases. Have you noticed that?
I think we all do.
Yeah, Yeah, yes, but it's like me with people from the northeast. That's
Correct.
when if you start speaking with a northeast accent, my northeast accent would come out. So yeah, in fairness, that does happen to everyone.
Well, hopefully we'll hear from Ian Loggy in just a minute. Diana will be doing her best down there to get the story. And notice that Alfred Renauer, as is quite normal in the 24H series with Herbert Motorsport, Alfred and Robert Renauer, they are identical twins, and both very, very good drivers. Robert is driving in the 92 this weekend, but Alfred is not driving. Occasionally we'll see Alfred driving and Robert not, and whichever brother is not driving, usually they're put on pit duty. So it's a small team, but an incredibly well drilled team, and a 1-2 at the moment, with so there's three laps between the leading car, the 92, and the 91 that's just come in for a pit stop, and then about 5 laps back to their only remaining threat in GT3, which is the Audi. But Diana's got Ian Loggy. Diana?
Ian, good to see you. We were having a chat with Phil just a bit earlier on there about working with you on this event, and he was missing obviously being behind the wheel a little bit, but was telling us what a fantastic job you were doing. We can see what a great job you're doing. How much are you enjoying it?
That was fantastic. The night stint was a bit difficult. I haven't driven the night for it. In fact, the last 24-hour Creventic race in GT4 a couple of years ago here. So that took a little bit of getting into, but yeah, no, it was great. Car's good. Team are doing a great job. So I'm not sure where we're at. I think we're still quite a bit behind the sister car, but let's hope we can get P2 and a 1-2 for the team.
How much more challenging is it during the night? You said obviously you haven't done the night sessions for a while, but it's very, very dark here, isn't it? Particularly at certain parts on the circuit. So how do you adjust to that?
Yeah, there's one a pretty tough corner. In fact, it goes into the compression, goes up the hill. So as you're going up the hill, you're looking at the stars. You just need to hope the corner's there when you get to the top. So yeah, no, it's I mean 5-10 laps and you're adjusted to it. So no, it's absolutely fine. I'd do it again tomorrow.
And what about the traffic management on this race? We know, obviously, during the night, everyone's got to be much more alert and watch what's going on. We've got a few cars that have not quite managed to carry on during the night, which is a shame, but how was it?
Yeah, no, I've obviously been in GT3 in the faster cars. I've got to say the Cup cars and the TCR cars have been very respectful, and if you flash them, they give you room. So there's been no contact, which has been absolutely fantastic.
It seems like in endurance racing, as we know, there's always a few gremlins going on. A number of different teams have had different situations. Are you happy with the balance and the feel of everything that you've got at this point?
Say again, I missed that.
Are you happy with the balance and the performance that you've got at this point?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I think the engineers have called the right strategy at the right time. We've been a bit lucky a few times with taking fuel under the code 60s, etc. So, but that's what endurance racing's all about. It's about the whole team, the drivers not making any mistakes, and the team putting a good strategy together. And the boys in the pit stops have been fantastic. I think I've been watching every pit stop when I've not been in the car, and it's been great.
Are you back out?
I'm done now. That's it. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Unless someone decides that they don't want to do 2 hours or whatever, then I'll be happy to go back in.
Time for a coffee then.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian.
Cheers.
Brilliant stuff. That's a true racer saying, "Oh, I'm done." Unfortunately, so that's yeah. Any time in the car is
well,
good
it's his
time.
favourite track, isn't it?
Yeah, he said yesterday it's his home track, so maybe he has a house out here, possibly.
I don't know, but just he said he absolutely loved, and he said, didn't he say he'd driven thousands of laps around here?
Yeah.
And it was his favourite track, and yeah. I can understand why Ian Loggy. It is.
It's like an elongated, very warm Knock Hill.
it does have some similarities, doesn't it?
If you squint.
The weather, for instance, is not one of them.
Well, hey, I've applied plenty of sun cream at Knockhill over the years. It's you just don't know when it's gonna do that. Our producer Kerry loves Knockhill, and that's and so do I. It's my beloved home track. But the weather, the one thing we have to concede, the weather at Portimao is slightly better. Stefan Perrin brings in the Home Guard Motorsport 902 car in the 992 class, and they go to work on that one. They've, as we heard a little bit earlier on from the team manager, a few issues throughout the night, unfortunately, but they're still going, and at the moment sitting 4th in class, so good points for the championship. Diana Binks is down there to watch this pit stop. Diana?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I didn't have the mic switched on. So the guys are pushing the car while they're trying to fire the 902 up. It's not firing up just yet. Steb is right along with them with the cameras. There are 4 of them at the back of that car pushing it. All can't hear it up to the couple of issues there. I think I can just hear that fired up now. No, more of the team members are running out now from the garage to see what's. You can see the hazard lights have gone on, but I suspect that's just because. Oh, there it goes, fired up, off the go. So I'm not quite sure what was happening there. Let's see if what I can find out from some of the team members. And just while I'm down here, the 491, the V Autosport garage car, is still in the garage. They're still working on that car. So the wheels are on it now. I think they're making progress, but they've been in there for about, I think, 10, 15 minutes now. So I'll update you when I know a bit more.
Thank you, Diana. Yeah, 25 minutes and counting for the GR Supra of W Autosport, the former GT4 leader. I tell you what, Joe, that three burly mechanics pushing that car wasn't enough, but when the 4th came in, that car soon fired into life. And I tell you what, spare a thought for our cameraman who was following all of that too.
Yeah, well, Seb's a machine, isn't he? He was running alongside them with the camera on his shoulder, probably, known Seb. But yeah, it's amazing what a little bit more horsepower does, a little bit more oomph, and there's a prime example, just that little bit more energy pushing the car to get it started. Now that car, the 902, currently 4th in the 992 class, and it's currently 15 laps off that 3rd place car, which is of course the 909 numbered Luke Breukers driven red Camel Jordan's Porsche. 15 laps feels like an eternity, and as the clock ticks, we're at 3.5 hours to go. Time is running out for any kind of improvement on that 4th position. However, that will not stop Home Guard Motorsport. We heard from the team earlier. We've heard from the fact that they've encountered a few issues, as pretty much the whole of the field, not just the 992 class field, but there's been a little bit of adversity that everyone has suffered, isn't it?
There has, and Diana's got the story of what's going on with Home Guard Motorsport. Diana?
Yep, the 902, Stefan Perrin has just jumped out of the car. Stefan, as you jumped out of the car, they seem to have a bit of an issue. Do you know what it was?
Yes, we can start the engine. Yes, we have too many issues for endurance. It's a big shame. We have the pace to do a podium easy, but we will try to finish like this. But we can put on the engine, and the problem is it's not new. We manage it since midnight.
Are you just managing that situation now?
Sorry.
Are you managing that situation now?
I don't understand.
The issues with the car, are you managing that as we go along?
Yes, we manage with clutch, but I hope we can finish like this. But it's motorsport, yes, but we are unlucky since the beginning of the season. I hope in French we say that the black cat. It's burn. Yes, we can burn the black cat because it's a shame. Yeah.
How much more physical is it when you've got to, work with all these things going on?
Physically, it's okay. Yesterday, the first in it's a little bit too warm, but it's perfect, and it's my favorite track. I have the smile each corner. Yes, it's fantastic. Yeah. I hope that we can have too much car for the next 24-hour Portimao, because it's a very nice track and very nice race.
Stefan, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Sorry.
Great to hear from Stefan Perrin there from the 902 Home Guard Motorsport crew. He has driven with Haas RT in the past in their GT3 car, but this time out in the Porsche Cup car of Home Guard Motorsport. And that battle, Joe, actually, they're switching back and forth. After that pit stop, Home Guard have lost their 4th position, and the Orchid Racing team number 963 moved up into 4th. So that's going to come back and forth, I think. That's a real battle to watch over the next 3.5 hours.
Yes, it is, because there's only 2 laps between them, and that's going to flip-flop. That is going to flip-flop between them through the pit stop phase, isn't it? We're going to see those 2 cars swap the 4th and 5th places in the 992 class. I've got some updates from James Gant, our media rep, but Peter, let's your turn to take us round the track and give everyone a description.
Yeah, so Nick Jonsson, what a taxi driver to have to show us around through Primera, braking from 265 kilometres to 130 kilometres, now through the very tight first gear. In fact, Nick Jonsson's doing it in 2nd gear there, going through Lagos at 60 kilometres an hour. Then you go through the flat through Kink there, down the back stretch up to around 220 kilometres an hour in a Porsche Cup car, braking from 5th gear all the way down. Now is he going to select? He leaves it in 2nd there. Interestingly, you see a lot of the GT3 cars clicking down to 1st gear. Nick Jonsson leaves it in 2nd and drives up the hill all the way through, quick through this left, then right-hand kink and up towards Samsung, a really tricky, sharp right-hander. 2nd gear, just clicks down to 2nd gear. They're down to about 75 kilometres an hour, braking from 150 kilometres. Then it's the right over the waterfall there, up the hill through Craig Jones Corner and then up towards Portimao. Really tricky double right-hander, a lot of double apex corners here. 210 kilometres through to 80 kilometres. Then it's flat through this off camber, really tricky left-hander, then down towards the sharp turn 13, 2nd gear, down from 190 to 70 kilometres an hour. No wonder the teams are using so much brakes here this weekend. Through Sagres then, the never-ending right-hander. That left-hand side of the car is just getting so punished as they wind up the power then through Galp. They should call it Gulp Corner, because you're really having to be brave through here, carrying as much speed as possible over the curve, carrying about 220 kilometres an hour of speed over the start-finish line and up to about 265 kilometres once again. Nick Jonsson, your taxi driver there. Oof, it's a roller coaster place. So after that, we get a chance to catch our breath. Dana Binks is in the pits. Di, who have you got?
Thank you very much. I've got Arno with me from the 491 team. Obviously, we know they were having some issues earlier on, and I did come into the garage at the wrong moment. But you've been working quite hard, a bit longer than you expected. What was the problem, and how have you repaired it?
Yeah, we know that we have a problem with the fuel pump since few stints, but we don't want to change this before the end of the race. But that's sometimes not what we would like to have, and we have an issue. We have some seizure on the engine, and we need to go back in the garage. We changed something, but as we don't know exactly which parts was it, we changed everything, and there is an electrical issue also.
Yeah, so quite a few issues there for you to deal with, but you did it relatively quickly then, if you think about it. The 491 was in the garage for 20 minutes, 15 minutes?
Yeah, the mechanics react really quickly. We remove everything, we change everything because we have foreseen this issue. But probably we cut a cable, electrical cable, during the transfer, during the switch.
So you've got to manage a situation now to the end of the race.
Exactly. We hope we have no more trouble until the end. But if we finish second place, that's a good place.
Arnaud, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
22 laps is that gap now, Peter, in GT4. And
yeah, it is.
We'll see if the Toyota Supra can keep plodding around. Last lap was a 1:49. Sorry, no, it hasn't put a lap in yet. It's just gone out. It's going to have to match 1:57s, 1:58s to, or indeed beat that. But you're going to have to beat it by a chunk of time, aren't you, to make up 22 laps?
That's 40 minutes or so. Yeah, no, I mean, they were in the pits for 51 minutes there, so is it really a hammer blow to their hopes for W Autosport with their Toyota GR Supra? They were leading the GT4 class. They'd basically been the team who had the least issues, and the other teams, as we heard from Alia Kolic of the now leading Bagheera team, who said they had several issues to solve throughout the race. And yeah, that it really has been a war of attrition in GT4. So yeah, it's such a pity for that squad, but it's never over till it's over. With that gap around 22 laps, that's approximately 45 to 50 minutes. So if an issue struck the leading Bagheera car, it could still come back to them with 3 hours and 22 minutes on the clock. Race leader is just come in for a pit stop. That is the Max Moritz driven number 92. Herbert Motorsport Porsche has come in for service. He brought it in, and we'll find out once they come out of fueling who is going to take that car out again into this latter part of the 6th edition of the 24 Hours of Portimao.
Do we want to get to the bottom of Max Moritz?
I don't know.
I just think it's quite clever calling yourself Max Moritz after quite an old comic book in German literature. That's again, we'll get one of our pit reporters to ask. I'm sure Trussell will fill us in on the Max and Moritz story. Peter, I've got some updates that have come from James Gent, our series media guru, our series media delegate. It's some updates with regards to clarification on what retirements we've had and what the retirements were due to. So if you've got your pen and paper ready and your programme ready to make these amendments. So the 917, the Orchid Racing Porsche, that went out with what was an engine failure on that car. We heard it from Trussell's post-it notes feature this morning when we first came in, and that's what the issue was. It was an engine failure. The 908, which is still going round. It's the 7th in the 992 class. It's the Serraju Racing by Duo. That car was running first in the 992 AM class, but lost time due to a broken wheel mount, a rear left. Again, another rear wheel issue and another rear wheel mounting issue on a 992 Cup car. The 90, the E2P Racing, that was an engine failure that put that car out all the way back in the middle of the night. And the story behind the Lithuanian team, the GSR Racing, Janetta, that's currently 3rd in GT4, way down from the rest of the runners in GT4. But that car lost 2 hours to a drive shaft failure, and then it broke a diff. So they've had a race of adversity, which brings to mind, Peter Mackay, our Spirit of the Race Award. And your nomination earlier this morning to us was that Peugeot right there. still going round and round. The Peugeot 3-Weight Racing Cup entry, it's the only car in TCE, the Touring Car Endurance Series, and perhaps consideration the fact that the spirit of endurance and the spirit of the race, the fact that they even brought the car here to compete at Portimao is perhaps the rationale behind what you were thinking, is it?
Yeah, I think so, and the fact that they've continued unabated. Really, they've just tyres and fuel. The car's been amazingly reliable, so it's clearly very well prepared. And to be 13th overall, and you look at some of the Exotica which are now parked up in the garage behind them. There's Porsches, Mercedes AMGs, Porsche Cup cars. And more, and they're ahead of all of them in what is a very close to standard road car. Yes, it's converted from racing, but it's pretty, in terms of power, in terms of its sophistication, it's really not that different. The big difference, I'd say, is the gearbox. It's a sequential gearbox, but for a pretty close to standard road car, I think they've been fantastic. Who would your nomination be?
You know what? I've got quite a few, actually. There's quite a few comes to mind, and again, it's all about. We usually sort of err towards the teams that have dealt with adversity and dealt with problems and kept on going. But I want to nominate Herbeth Motorsport. I know they're in position to carry off all the trophies, but the fact that they have controlled this race from a very, very early start to the race. They got their two cars at the front. We've seen them do it so many times, and if anything, that is the spirit of endurance racing. The fact that they always seem to keep to their plan. They're not drawn into any kind of silly racing, any kind of sprint race antics. Their drivers are drilled. Their drivers are invariably taking advice from the team managers, in this case Robert and Alfred Renauer. And for me, the Herbeth team, again, they've won championships, they've won races, they know how to race in this series so well. So that's a consideration. I'm not saying that's my final nomination, but that's a consideration for me, the way that team has gone about their business.
A very good nomination, I'd say. Dana Binks is getting all the scoops down in the pit lane for us. Dana?
Yeah, I'm with the 405 GSR Motorsport team, and Rokas, I don't know how to pronounce your surname. How do you pronounce that?
Kvaraciejus.
Thank you very much. It's easier for you to say than me. Rokas, you've just jumped out of the Ginetta. How was your stint?
Actually, it was pretty well. In the morning, when the sun wasn't that up, there was a very good grip, and did pretty decent lap times. So we're not fighting for the position anymore after some troubles with the car, but it was really fun. Then afterwards, it was getting a little bit more slippery because of the tire degradation of the warming up of the track surface and so on. So in the end, it was another fun, not that good lap times, but still fun to drive, So, and in the very end, I've got a slow puncture on the left rear.
So we're hearing from anyone that drives these Ginettas that how much fun they are to drive.
Yeah, actually, it's very well balanced. It's 50-50 weight balance, and it's really very good. It's very exciting, to drive. It listens to everything what you're inputting to the car. So it's so predictable, so natural. I don't know. It's very difficult to explain. Previously, I was driving TCR, so it's completely different. Haven't been driven GT3, maybe those are even more, but on that level, on GT4 level, I like Ginetta really pretty much.
And you look like you've got a great team here at GSR. They very consistent on their pit stop.
Yeah, actually they are training all the time, they're real professionals and working in that business, I don't know, for many years. So SFR and GSR, two teams together. So we are really happy about that. Even with the troubles with the car, they are very fast and reliable. So.
And how much are you enjoying racing on this circuit here?
Yeah, actually, the circuit is really amazing. I don't find any other word, With all those elevation changes, with blind corners, everything, it's really very challenging, very technical. So it's really good thing for a driver. Spa is very interesting because of Eau Rouge, but there is Eau Rouge and that's it. Okay, there are technical parts, but these are not that exciting as these are. So.
And how much do you enjoy being part of the 24-hour series?
Yeah, very, very much. I like the organization. I like the preparedness, everything here. So we are as our possibilities lets us do that, because we do rally together with my son as well. So sometimes the timing and etc. is not that good. But as much as possible, we are trying to get here, test new tracks, try new tracks, race on new tracks, race on other drivers, other teams, so on. So. Yeah, and then the organizers, big thanks to organizers. They are finding very, very good tracks and etc. About Portimao, we were trying to get to Portimao many times, but the problem was that it was in July, and it was too hot, for us. So right now, when it was announced in May, we said, wow, that's the possibility. Now we go here.
Well, thanks very much for chatting to us. Great to chat to you, and great to hear you're so involved in so many different aspects of racing.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff there. And Rokas Kvaraciejus from the GSR Motorsport team in GT4, sharing just what it's like to go racing here at Portimao. And yeah, a little bit of rallying experience in neighbouring Latvia, and yes, Rokas' son Aris has got a real pedigree in the Baltic region, racing front-wheel drive Ford Fiestas and Peugeots as well. So yeah, very interesting stuff to hear. Now, we had a brief stop there from the 988 MRS car, Joe. What have we got going on there, do you think?
Yeah, it's the bonnet, isn't it? Again, we've got another flapping bonnet wanting to chat to us. It's going to affect its straight line performance marginally, isn't it, if it's flapping like that, the wind getting underneath of it. And we've seen that on the 909 as well. It's kind of working backwards in numerical order through the field. The bonnet pins just coming a little bit unstuck, and that flapping around. You've got a supporter for your you've got a supporter for the Peugeot, by the way, Peter, for the Spirit of the Race Award. It's Jimmy Peters Ennis who's been lying with the noise from our live stream in-car footage, the white noise of the engine, making him able to keep in touch with the race. But he agrees with you with regards to the Peugeot. It's pootled around and run absolutely fabulously, he said. Stayed out of trouble all night. So you've got another vote towards the Peugeot for Spirit of the Race.
Ooh, well, it's getting competitive. Do let us know if you're watching on our 24H series live stream. Do let us know in the live stream comments who your nominees would be for the Spirit of the Race Award, the team, driver, or other party that have channeled the true spirit of endurance. Also, one I want to open up to the floor as well, Joe, is what you would use as a pseudonym if you were driving and you wanted to keep your identity concealed for whatever reason. We've got Doom at the Nürburgring. That's a favourite. We had. Now, the head of Toyota, he was it now, what did he call himself again? I think it was it Moritz he used to call himself? I can't remember. But yeah, the boss of Toyota, Mr. Toyoda, had a pseudonym that he raced at under the Maurizio, that was it, Maurizio he called himself. So our producer Kerry is suggesting Ant and Deck or Rosie and Jim. That's very much a British reference there. Sooty and Sweep, maybe another one?
Maybe I would use Anthony Declan, using Declan as the surname, I suppose.
That would be a good one for someone for the North East.
That game where you use your mother's maiden name and your first pet, I might use that. I'd be Griff Carney.
Mother's maiden name, Thompson, and first pet, Thompson Mac.
No,
yeah,
your mother's maiden name is the surname.
Mac Thompson.
So Mac Thompson.
Oh,
that's a racing driver's name, Mac Thompson.
Yeah, Mac Thompson. Yeah. Well,
problem for the Ginetta while we're waxing lyrical about playing around with names. The Ginetta's off at a bit of an excursion. Rokas Kvaraciejus finding it not as grippy as he thought it might be. and a little bit of quite an excursion actually across the gravel. Look at the speed he's going across the gravel as well, Peter. I suppose he needed to do that to stop the car burying itself in there. He's kept his foot in ever so slightly, and he's managed to keep it going. The car now covered in dust, but out on bits of gravel spewing from the underneath of that car. But I think he's got away with it.
Well, they certainly love their rallying in the Baltic region, and needed those skills to keep out the gravel there. Temperature is just gradually climbing. When we came on air about an hour and 20 minutes ago, the temperature is sitting at 16 degrees in the air, and matched in track temperature. Well, it's the same again, 19 degrees Celsius in the air and on the track. Absolutely idyllic conditions. So not only have we got the most fantastic track layout here, we've got the weather to go with it. No wonder it's so popular here for racing and for testing, but also it's incredible the number of manufacturers that launch their new models here and bring the world's press to come and try their new cars.
Well, there's nothing more impressive than being chauffeured round at something towards racing speed around the undulations here. That would certainly get your attention. Third place car in the pits. That's the Elia Earhart driven Sonderlock Junior Team Audi, and that's the car with the optimised driver lineup. I've got to say, Pierre Caffer, Elia Earhart in the car, to name but two. And it looks like Earhart's staying in. He's already off the jacks and already been started off the pit apron. So tyres, and now onto the fueling area for the number 18, third place car. 4 laps off the car in second place, so 4 laps off the first of the Herbert cars.
So coming in toward now, the GSR Motorsport Ginetta is back into the garage, perhaps needing a little bit of a check over after there's no pit crew there at all. I don't think they were expecting it, so that after coming, they could see the Lithuanian crew running out to check it and ask the driver what's going on.
Yeah, I'm wondering if
having
it's a problem that put him off, and it wasn't just an over exuberant miss of the brake pedal, because he was carrying a lot of speed when he went off the track and across the gravel trap. He's brought that car in, hasn't he? Rokas Kvaraciejus back in the pits very quickly, and I'm sure Binksy is there. Diana, is there anything apparent on the car? He's clearly reporting some sort of issue.
We'll get a word from Diana in a moment, I'm sure, as they look around that dark green and gold Ginetta, the driver, giving a little bit of feedback to the engineers to see what's going on. So yeah, like you said, Joe, maybe more of a result of the issue rather than.
I think we've got Di back down there now, Peter. That's Di, you're right on the scene there. What can you see? What can you tell us? I thought I heard Di back. There she is in the background.
We'll get a word from Diana.
It's kind of like eavesdropping on a conversation. This
is, yeah. Hopefully she's not saying nasty things about us, Joe. You know, these idiots up in the global broadcasting.
Yes, they're always sending me up and down the pit lane. They go from one end to the other. And what have you got for us, Di? Have you found anything out? Do the team even know what the problem is?
Was a little bit on, and the brake fluid overheated. So the pedal went too soft, and there's no braking effectively. Pull down a little, and it should be okay now.
You weren't really expecting him to come in there, were you? I saw that the crew were not expecting him to come in when he did.
Yeah, actually, the problem is that we have a problem with the radio. We only have one-way communication, so we can report something from the pits to the driver, so he need to come in or something. But if something happens with the car, so there is no communication to the pits, so that's the problem.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, no surprise to hear that was a braking issue, wasn't it? Kind of unabated speed, the car left the track. Did well to hang on to it though, in fairness, kept it off the barrier, didn't he?
Oh, massive. I've made fantastic reactions. Fantastic reactions. Now, I'm not entirely sure who's in that car because we've just spoken to Rokas Kvaraciejus and there's someone else in the car. So I wonder if that's son Aras who's in the car.
That's a good point. Now it's changed. Aras. It's updated to Aras
yes,
now.
That's well. So there you go. So Aras is an accomplished Baltic region rally driver, and well, that really came in handy there. And you know, the gravel stages in the Baltic region, they do have actually quite a similar ball bearing gravel, not quite as deep, I might add, but it would have been definitely a feeling he was used to. And if you have a car that has a brake failure, put a rally driver in if you can.
Yeah, they're at ease, out of control, aren't they? Absolutely at ease.
It almost, if it's not out of control, they're not switched on. It needs to be a little bit of chaos there for any rally drivers in that part of the world, Lithuania and Latvia, Estonia, etc. There's some incredible roads to go rallying on, but we're on the flat top here in Portimao, and the GSR Motorsport team, they appear to have the issue solved. They've appeared to fix it quite quickly. You can actually see the brake lights just coming on there as they come down the front straight, just checking that everything's okay. Probably making sure it's okay before you come into turn 1, which is probably one of the scariest braking zones in the world.
Yeah, downhill, plunges downhill. You head towards turn 1 and then you drop off a cliff, go almost quite literally into the braking area. So it's a downhill braking area into turn 1, which kind of exacerbates the need to screw off the speed. You never feel as though you're slowing it down enough. So it is a very, very it's not much of a press on the pedal, but you do have to take speed off to take those 2 kinks, which are very fast. But it's not like you have to stop the car, but you certainly need to screw off speed using that middle pedal. So yeah, a bit disconcerting when you hit the pedal and nothing happens, or the pedal goes to the floor without any retardation. It certainly gets your attention.
It does, yeah, it does. So, well, I tell you what, I'm looking forward to hearing some track day memoirs from Nick Damon, who's had the joy of riding around this circuit on his absurdly powerful BMW Superbike. I'm sure he's got a few scary moments from.
I can tell you a few stories of driving around racetracks with Nick Damon, because Nick Damon's main track experience is on his very, very powerful road motorcycle. Basically a firework between your legs is the way I can describe it. Nick will tell us what sort of bike it is, but it's ridiculously fast, like a racing bike for the road. And being passengered around a racetrack just to get a feel of wherever we've been. And I said to him, Nick, you're turning in too early. Nick, you turn next corner. Nick, you're turning in too early. You're turning in too early. And then it clicked. Nick, yes, you're on the bike line, aren't you? You're turning into the corner like you were on a bike, and it's completely different. And we'll get Nick to describe. He's describing turn 1 as the least scary corner because there's so much runoff.
Don't believe him.
I'll take his word for that.
I would. I say it is the manager. He's obviously not going quick enough. If that's not scary.
Yeah, that's right. It was Mario Andretti that said, if you're in control, you're not going quick enough.
If it's scary for Mark,
not in life, that's in a race car.
If it's scary for Mark Marquez on the brakes, then it's scary for Nick Damon, where a MotoGP bike over 200 miles an hour on the brakes there, that is just mind-boggling.
Nick Damon's just showing off now. I know he's not on air even to die in the pits. He's supposed to be resting in readiness for his next couple of hours, but he's telling me 175 miles an hour into at the braking point for turn 1, but he's not scared.
I don't believe him. I don't believe
riding a firework.
In fact, it's actually slightly worrying that he's not scared at that. Our one and only Nick Damon, who will be joining us soon in the on the broadcast here as we hit the 3-hour mark to go. Really into the business end. Really into the business end of this race. Let's take a look at the standings then and how they are after 21 long hours of racing and 3 hours to go. Let's take a look. So we'll have standings for you in just a moment, but it's the Herbert Motorsport team who lead the way with their number 92 car, their Pro-Am entry, just a couple of laps ahead of the number 91 car, the AM entry for Herbert Motorsport. Here are your standings then. Number 92 Herbert Motorsport lead then by just 3.5 minutes or so from Herbert Motorsport number 91. What a 1-2 that would be if they can keep it going for the next 3 hours. Santalok Junior team, the pole sitting car, they sit in third, ready to pounce on any mistake or error from the Herbert pair. Red Ant Racing are in a great spot right now, a big lead in 992 and just now in conservation mode to get it to the flag and score a great victory here at the 24 Hours of Portimao. And again, it would be a 1-2 because they have their sister car there, right there in second position. Red Camel Jordans in place for a podium right now, but could have been challenging for the win, but unfortunately some wheel stunt issues cost them a lot of time. Orchid Racing team are in 7th overall and 4th in 992, with Home Guard Motorsport rounding out the top 5 in the 992 class and 8th overall. So Bagheera ZM Racing, they are your leader in GT4 at the moment, with truck racer Adam Lacko at the wheel. Then in the overall top 10 and top of the 992 AM class, we have RPM Racing. What a recovery from that squad. W Autosport in their Toyota are 11th, with 908 Seb Lejeune Racing by Duo 2nd in 992 AM. PRV, the mighty Peugeot, they are running smoothly and well, and they are in 13th overall. What a drive from that crew. GSR Motorsport, Ginetta, after a sudden loss of braking, managed to avoid any issue, and Aras Kibadaris, what a job he did to keep the car out of the barriers and bring it back to the pits, get that issue sorted. They're back going again, and still third in GT4. The Vortex sits in 15th, with MRS GT Racing in 16th. And then the last few, unfortunately, all parked up in the pits. E2P Racing, Orchid Racing Team, Hofford Racing, Grove Racing, HRT Performance and Lion Speed GP. Well, there's been many highlights to this 24 Hours of Portimao. We'll have a look now to see what's happened in the last 21 hours. So, Joe Bradley, we're now into the business end. We talked to the Grove racing crew at the early stages of the race, where unfortunately they went out, but their initial plan was to get to about this point before they really pushed on. Given the gap between the teams, it's not necessarily the point where you're going to push on. It's more, I guess, about solidifying where you are now and making sure you get it to the finish, having come this far.
It's about hanging on from this point in. 3 hours remaining in a 24-hour race. You've already dealt with the hardships of not just any kind of mechanical maladies if you've been unfortunate enough, but also you are now getting towards that point in the race where everyone is tired, and the Herbert team, for instance, they've still got to manage their cars, they've still got to manage their fuel stops, their strategies of when and when not to pit, because I know they've got command of this race, but this is endurance racing, and these are race cars, and so it is about hanging on. And talking about hanging on at 175 miles an hour into the braking area for turn 1. We've had a pit stop in the pits, and it's our intrepid motorcyclist, Nick Damon, who has joined us in the pits. Nick, the sun looks quite blistering out there. Is it nice and warm for you? Warmer than it was last night when you needed a coat?
It's actually very pleasant because the pit lane is fully in shadow still. The shadow cast by the main grandstand on the far side of the start-finish straight. The sun will be hitting the tarmac here over the next hour and a half, and by the time the race finished at midday, it was bathed in full sunshine. For those of you wanting more meteorological information, the wind is here, but significantly less than it was yesterday. It's a gentle breeze. It's fluttering the pit lane indicator flags outside every single pit down the pit lane. Of course, many of those now, Joe and Peter, are empty or doors shut, in what's been, I think, quite a high rate of attrition for this race, even for a 24-hour race, because a lot more cars out of this field than I would have expected.
Yeah, there is 6 cars we've lost completely. Most recent visitor to the pits, I think, Peter, was the Peugeot, the PRV team, Flavian Remy, now at the wheel of the 125. This is a car that's really, it can only really beat itself, can't it? It's the only entry we've got in our Touring Car Endurance Series class in the race. But that car is still continuing to plod round, and the driver's no doubt enjoying the experience of that Peugeot here at the Portimao track. We've talked so much about the track. Let's head down to the pits, where, Nick, you've got a visitor.
We have the 963, that's the Orchid Racing Porsche, the sole remaining car. The 917 retired over the night. A little bit late on its stop. It smashes away the indicator kind of wobbly plastic board. They hit that one. And it looks like they're going to be doing rear brakes as well. So it's tyres off, have a quick check of the front, but they're actually going for the rear brakes. If you remember, if you were with us yesterday, this is the car where they made a complete Horlicks of their front brake change back at about hour 6, when they overextended one of the pistons within the caliper without the pads being there. It popped out and it literally bled out a load of the brake fluid, resulting in them having to bleed the whole system on the pit lane, both sides. Hopefully not the same mistakes here, but yep, it's the rear brakes being done on the 963 and a full driver change. Lauren Mishbach has got into the car, just being obviously very leisurely strapped in, but this one currently, boys, seems to be going okay.
Nick, isn't Antoine Leclerc the brother of Charles? Isn't he in fact, let me do my research before I put that weight of responsibility onto Nick Damon.
It's Laurent Misbach who got it. Well, a man with the word Laurent on his overalls. There's a man's got out, and that is Mr. Leclerc has got out. Let's see if he speaks English. Quick word. How was that? You look very warm. How was it?
Yeah, yes. We have always still a cooling system problem on the brakes. We need to analyze that to work on that before the next race, because it's not good to fight the lead and for the victory.
We've been watching this car in the pits quite a lot, and you've been doing a lot of brake changes. Have you had a lot of problems?
That's right. We pass a lot of time in the box because the cooling system of the brake is not really good. So we need to work on that.
But apart from that, have you enjoyed Portimao? Are you enjoying the race?
Yeah, for sure. It's a nice track and nice to drive and really physical in the car, really hot in this one, especially, but good fun, yes.
Great stuff, thank you very much. That, of course, is the third most famous racing driver, Leclerc.
Yeah, GT4 European Series Pro-Am Cup champion in, I'm not sure what year that was. Yeah, so he's no stranger to GT racing.
No, not at all.
Antoine Leclerc, French driver, and of course no relation whatsoever to the Monegasque Ferrari driver.
No. French GT champion in one of the earliest GT3 cars, the Lamborghini Gallardo, back in 2008. So he's got a lot of experience of endurance racing, another brake change going on, as we mentioned. I think that's one thing that's taken the teams by surprise, just how hard this circuit has been on the brakes. Of course, the 992 GT3 Cup machines do run an endurance trim, or they can run an ABS system. You can retrofit an ABS system to the car. It's prepared for that when it comes out of the factory. So, and it can just wear the brakes that little bit more.
Maybe someone for Nick to catch up with is Luke Breukers, who has just brought the 909 Red Camels car in. He's had an absolute glorious stint. We heard Paul Trussell speaking to Diana Binks very early on when we restarted this first thing, and he said that Luke has reacted to the challenge and was lapping quicker than his older brother Rick, which is no mean feat. Rick, of course, in that car as well, and Daytona 24-hour GTD champion, Sebring 12-hour GTD champion. So Luke Breukers handing that car over now. Not quite sure who the driver will be in that car, but we'll find out when it leaves the fuel station. Car currently in the fuel station, but that might be an idea for Nick to catch up with Luke and get the inside of what was his motivation. Trussell alluded to his motivation being to beat the lap times of his brother, but with the gap still quite massive to the second place in 992, it had to be something what he drew on.
Well, it's Father Ivo Breukers who's taken that car out. So yeah,
Peter,
Luke,
I've got
yes.
a very interesting stat from Truss's. So his drive time was an hour. This is how close Paul Trussell takes it to the line. Luke's drive time 1 hour 59 27.8 seconds in the car. Now, just to clarify for anybody listening in for the very first time today, a maximum stint time of 2 hours is allowed, or else then you take quite an extensive penalty. So talk about to the line. That is ridiculously close, Mr. Trussell, but congratulations, well done on that. Absolutely utilising Luke Breukers to the very nth degree. And his hat, I'm intrigued.
Mr. Breukers, it's good to know that rather than getting the sponsor's hat, you've got your old man's flat cap. I mean, what is it about you and the hat?
Yeah, it's for my favorite race, the Coppa Florio in 2020, I believe. In Italy and Sicily around the lake, it's something special. I always wear it at the races, whether it's a go-kart race or this. So yeah.
You received some huge praise from Paul Trussell earlier, who says that after you had that problem with the wheel stud, you got in the car and you drove like a dervish, 8 super fast laps, faster than your brother. Why was that?
I think that's what I'm supposed to do, and I really love driving in the morning. I'm a morning person as well, so it fits. And the tires were great, the tarmac was great, and so I was able to set the fastest 992 lap, which was very fun to do.
Is it kind of, you always know that brothers sort of, rivals, but also they're very fond of each other. Is it really special to beat Rick in lap times?
It kind of is. You know what his records are, but I'm sure if he was in the same position, he might go still quicker. But we're quite even now, so very happy with that.
Yeah, it's very interesting because obviously you came to racing quite late. I remember when we first met you, you were kind of working in the background at Creventic. I don't think you even got a driving license. Then suddenly you just sort of picked it up. Why did you develop the bug for racing so late?
Well, I thought always racing was Rick's thing, and one time we went go-karting at a local go-kart track 2 hours, and then I was faster than him, and then my dad said, hey, maybe you should get a license, and since then, the rest is history.
So, obviously you've been going okay with the car, but it's just the luck that's taking you out. I mean, is there anything you can do, or do you have to try and hope there's a problem for Red Ant?
Yeah, it's just 24 hours, just luck is also a part of this. Sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not. This time we didn't hit the spot, and we're just doing laps now and see what we can achieve. The race is not over yet.
Let's have a look and get back to your breakfast.
Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic stuff. So yeah, that will be a big, some big bragging rights around the dinner table tonight for Luke Breukers. Of course, his brother Rick, double winner of the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona, the GTD class, and the first watch he kept for himself, and the second one he gave to his father Ivo, which is a nice gesture. So for Luke, who's, as Nick rightly said, who's come to racing relatively later on in his life, it's been a great job there, and no wonder Paul Trussell left him in the car for so long. But it's their dad Ivo with the fantastic open face helmet right there, and big step out of the rear there, coming down on the brakes into Lagos corner. So he's pushing on there, is Ivo, Joe.
Yeah, he will want to. I mean, he will completely realizes that he is the elder statesman in that driver lineup, and he's got a job to do, and that job to do is to keep to a pace and bring the car home. The last thing he's going to do is try and compete with these younger sons and even Fabian Dance. He knows the boys are quicker. They should be. They're younger. They've got younger eyes. They've got quicker reactions. Age does catch up to us. But I tell you what, that's not taking anything from Ivo, who's had some really strong drives in this series. An 8-lap deficit with what have we got? 2 hours 42. It's a case of just keeping the pressure on by going round and round, and by keeping the pressure on, the two cars ahead of them in class, both of the Red Ant cars, they've got to keep the pressure on themselves as well, because they're themselves. So it literally becomes a high-speed game of chess.
That's it.
So
9:03.
Go ahead, Nick.
Let's just like to say that I am now, that's the fourth at least high-speed game of chess I've heard from Joe. You have to watch out, because he'll start talking about momentum any minute now.
I haven't mentioned momentum at all, have I?
Marks. He really ought to, because he doesn't stop going on about it at the kart circuits. 9:03 already away. That's how quick the stop was. Luke van Eindhoven got in, and it was a very, very clean stop from the car that is dominating the 992 class at the moment. Out got Kobe de Broeke, who was in the car at the time.
I haven't heard character building yet, or no need for more character building. That's one we haven't had from you yet, Joe.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned character building. It's been a bit of a character building race, I suppose, for a lot of the teams still out there.
There you go. If you still needed that on your bingo cards, there it is, folks.
Yeah, I will use momentum in context, though. I just haven't felt the need so far. Bradley bingo is what we're talking about here, I suppose, isn't it?
We all have them. We all have them.
Yeah, we absolutely do.
But,
yeah.
When Snowy mentions historic racing, that's one.
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah, when I come out with some random Porsche fact, that's probably my one. Now, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, so an IMSA WeatherTech Championship sprint race left on the clock for our drivers, but not necessarily a sprint strategy here. Very much get the car to the finish and get the car back in the truck safely, and a finish in a 24-hour race is always an achievement in itself. The two Herbert Motorsport cars continuing at an unabated pace and holding about a 4-lap advantage back to the Santilot Junior team, the Audi in third. So all going to plan for now. It would just be, can you imagine the nerves though, Joe, for Herbert when they've got it, every pit stop they've got right, this has got to be just clean, do the pit stop, run through the process. I guess the closer it gets to the finish, the more nerve-wracking those stops ultimately get.
The more cruel it becomes, isn't it? If you do it, and this is the point, really. And we've still got 2.5 hours to go, haven't we? And there's still a long time. But the drivers will be hearing noises that they've never heard before. They'll be listening for every little scratch and creak and groan and grinding noise that's coming from the car, and then they'll just focus on that and be worrying about that. The team are very cool, very Germanic in their approach. They're very clinical, they're very organised, and those cars have been put out on track, and what the Herbert team tend to do is just keep to their own race. I've said this so many times. They just keep to their own strategy. They don't get dragged into anything. Certainly in the early stages, we saw their cars being sort of stifled a little bit, didn't we? And the drivers needed to push to get by, and they did that, and on they go. But yes, I mean it's getting to that point in a 24-hour race where it's getting a bit nerve-wracking, because if anything happens to you now, it's cruel. It doesn't matter where you are in the field, it's cruel if your car's going to break at this point. If you are chasing down the car in front of you to improve on your position, whether it be in class, overall, you might just be off the podium, and you can see that podium just ahead of you. Well, time is running out to make up those deficits, isn't it? And it doesn't matter how big the deficit is. The bigger the deficit, the more time you need. You need pace to catch the cars in front. You can't now, with only 2.5 hours to go. It's out of your reach with regards to using a pit stop strategy to help you get back on turns. So yeah, it's becoming that part of the race now where we are. I'm not going to say. We never wind down in a 24-hour race, do we? We're not winding down towards the finish. If anything, you're winding up, and you're getting ready to react, and you're getting ready to keep that focus and concentration, even though you are tired because you haven't been to sleep for a long time.
Yeah, it's fair thought for all. I mean, the drivers in the kind of 4 and 5 car teams, they will get an opportunity to. If they're lucky enough to have a motorhome at the track, they can go and have a little bit of a snooze, or if the hotel is very close by, they can go back and get a few hours of sleep. But for the mechanics and the teams, they will have been up all night, all day, all night, and really. They will be absolutely exhausted, and human beings, they can make errors much more easily when they're tired. So yeah, it's just trying to just drag everything to the end now. But this is why we love endurance racing. This is the real physical and mental challenge put on the drivers and indeed the teams to get to the finish. But Vincent Kolbe, driver with quite a few 24-hour races under his belt, particularly at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with the Scherer Sport PHX team, alongside real aces like Frank Stippler, etc. He's marching on at the front of the field. He sets some fantastic pace, matching his colleague Robert Renner, his teammate Robert Renner. And the thing that's amazing as well with Vincent, Joe, is that he works as an investment analyst. So he works day to day in the banking world, but races at a pace very close or sometimes equal to his professional peers. So that I have to say is quite a rare thing now, to see someone who kind of works during the week and can race at the professional level on pace as well. Very impressive.
The Seb Lejeune Porsche comes in, the 908 car. the man who I find very difficult to work out how his name's pronounced. It's Miguel Mayola. I want to say Miguel Molina, of course, the WEC Ferrari driver. That's a full service again. This team, I just kind of don't really remember them having any particular dramas whilst we've been on air. They have lost a filler cap, or a fake filler cap, on the front right wing. It was Ekmanez who got off. But doing a little bit of a fluid top-up, bit of oil going in the back. Mobile 1, of course, because that's what Porsches make you use. Or at least that's what the bottle says. Could be anything, actually. Who knows? But they are... I said I haven't really noticed many, but they just kind of turned laps. It's obviously a pretty mainly amateur team. But they have just kept on going and crawling through the rankings. Major interest in this team is one of their drivers is Celine Amarouche, who is the daughter of Lionel Amarouche, who is racing in the next door garage for a completely different team for Vortex.
Yeah, Sabotage by Duval Racing to give it its full title has been plodding around. It's on the 992 AM class podium in second place. So you will get to meet the drivers from that car at the trophy presentation if things remain. I'm going to hex anything. They have got 30 laps to make up to get to the top step of the podium and overtake the RPM Racing entry, Nick Johnson at the wheel of the 907. That's the car in front of them. In between them, literally, is the two GT4 runners. We haven't spoke about GT4 for a little while. We all remember the Bagheera ZM Racing Mercedes taking over the lead of GT4 after we saw the Toyota Supra into the pits with a myriad of problems that stopped it going forward for W Autosport. Well, 586 laps is the laps completed by the Mercedes of Bagheera. 566 laps, 20 laps in that GT4 battle. And again, if the cars continue to go round and round for the next 2.5 hours, Peter, that's not going to change unless we see some adversity creep in. And of course, like we've just been saying, everybody's got their fingers and toes crossed now at this rate, haven't they?
Yeah, just keep clicking off those laps. That's what it's all about. And even if you have to be giving away multiple seconds per lap, if you keep the car off the curb, not take every gear change right up to the rev limiter. Just be nice and gentle with the car whilst concentrating. That's the thing. Don't let yourself be unstimulated and then make a driver error. So very much the focus on keeping that car in the best possible condition and trying to avoid any issues. The thing is, because you get mechanical issues which can be due to driver abuse, basically, and some just rear their head and are just pure bad luck. So, but anything you can control, I think, at this stage is really, really important. Particularly for those 992 teams, who I think they've maybe had a few more issues than most, particularly with the rear left wheel and the studs on that wheel, the wheel hub, etc. I think due to the quite significant load that the car's been put under going out of particularly that final section through Sacres and Galp, you're really laying on a lot of stress through the left-hand side of the car. Well, I tell you what, we've got to give a big hats off to Hankook as well, Joe, I think, because we've seen, from what I can remember, one puncture, which funnily enough is for our leading car right now, which was right at the beginning of the race, and we haven't really seen any others.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of take tyres for granted, but it is all about the tyres, which is another Bradley Bingo cliche that I mentioned. We've got the number 92 running a little bit wide on one of the corners. Not quite sure where that is, but that just shows, you know what, Peter, that just shows me that 92 has got a one-lap lead over its sister car, Vincent Kolb, at the wheel, and it just shows that Vincent is continuing to push His last lap time by was a 47.9, a best time of a 43.6. So, yes, certainly off the pace, but at this stage of a 24-hour race, 2.5 hours to go, he's still pushing on. He's not taking anything for granted, is he?
No, I think that might well have just grabbed his attention, though. He might have maybe had someone on the radio saying, just knock it back a little bit, Vincent. It was coming out of Portimao curve. It's you exit the apex there around 95 kilometers an hour and winding the speed on quickly. You're flat out all the way down the hill to turn 13. So yeah, he could have gone wrong there. Managed to gather it up, and I think what was quite telling after that, the next few corners just cut it down a little bit, didn't run over the curb too much coming out the final corner, so you don't want to be getting any silly track limits penalties or anything like that at this stage. Now, another problem for one of the Porsche Cup cars, it's the 988 MRS GT machine, which is running at the moment down third in the AM class, 8th overall in 992. The hood is popped up. We've seen several cars have the front hood flapping about, but it's sort of just the front section of it is picked up. It's almost like the car's sticking its tongue out, Lightning McQueen style.
It does look a bit like that, doesn't it? It's like a spaniel. We're going to have to call that the spaniel from now on, aren't we?
The MRS GT Spaniel. That may well... Oh, no, they may well receive the black and orange flag there for the mechanical warning. Nick Damon is with us now. Nick, what have you got for us?
904, the other of the Red Alien cars. That's coming in for a full service look. So the lanky driver's got out. See who the lanky driver is by walking around and trying to read his... that's Mr. Haverland. He's very tall, very skinny as well. Make a kind of a very good long-distance run, I think. And the car again very swiftly removed from the pit lane, and they're already trundling down to fuel. So both Red Elms make another pit stop and get closer and closer to a 1-2 result.
Yeah, Mikael Haverens is former Mazda MX-5 Cup racer in the Netherlands. Quite a handy car if you're really tall, Joe. Just race an open-top car, easy.
Yeah, stick your head out the top, I suppose, isn't it? We've got another car into the pits. That is we've got Nicholas Johnson in the RPM car following that other car in. And before we go to Nick, we've got the front bonnet up on the number 988. Now, I think that car is the car that's just come into the pits with you, Nick, is it?
Yeah, the blue and white 988, that is getting its bonnet stuck down. Then to my right-hand side, it's the 992 AM leader, the Cron Racing, well, it's RPM Racing. It's Cron Racing to us, the lime green machine. That's getting a full service and driver change. And then, because you can't have, it's like London buses, nothing for ages, 3 come at once. And we are having coming down the line is our second place car, which is the 91 Herberth machine. That's the black car with the gold edgings. Aping so hard a bit of JPS, but actually not sponsored by them at all. Looks like a tyre stop only, not changing the driver, so Jason Hart staying on board. I think it's isn't it? And this one's going to be a very, very quick stop. Oh no, bit of delay on the rear left, not a huge delay, 4 or 5 seconds. Blimey, that's quite warm when it disappears off behind you, gets splurted by the exhaust. But here we are, 3 Porsches, 2 different classes, all gone.
Yeah, people sort of just cycling through their pit stops now, and Jason Hart with a good stint there, handing over the Herberth car for second. They're continuing to just monitor the gap to their sister car that's currently leading, and there's no doubt in the back of their minds, Peter, they'll be thinking about, you know, maybe what could happen, and not wanting to put any sort of hex on the 92. As a team, they'll be quite happy with where they are at the moment. They've got a very strong 1-2. As into the penalty box has come the Vortex, and the 701 exceeding speed limit in the pit lane last time in. 16 seconds is what we'll see that car sit there for. So still time to be served penalties. It's not like the stewards take a break. They're monitoring everything all of the time, which is as a competitor, that's all you can ask for, really, consistency.
Yeah, indeed so. And the Vortex came straight in, actually, did served the penalty, and then straight through to fuel. So quite happy with the Hankook tyres that they've got on the car at the moment. So 2 hours and 24 minutes left remaining in this race. Jason Hart, as Nick mentioned, in the 91 Harworth Motorsport Porsche in second place, is going to stay in the car. They've been following a double stint strategy for their drivers really all the way through. Ian Loggy told us a short while ago that he's kind of done for the day, so with Jason Hart taking the car through, he at the moment, he has been a stint-wise, we'll get out, it's just gone through with him being in the pits, but he will have another hour or so behind the wheel and then hand over to, I suspect, Ralph Bone to take the car to the finish and hopefully to a class win and second position behind the sister car. And well, you never know, they're first in line to profit if there's any problem at all for their sister car.
We are on target, Peter, for a distance record in the Portimao 24 hours. I've got Paul Trussell to thank for this little stat as well. The furthest distance travelled was 731 laps in 2020 by, have a guess.
30 laps.
No, sorry, 731 laps in 2020 by which team?
Oh, Harworth.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
I do have that written in front of me.
673 laps completed by the number 92. We are on schedule to beat that 731 lap record. So it will be, we're on target for a record-breaking year in 2024.
And no wonder with such a lack of code 60s, and that comes down to so many things, doesn't it? It comes down to particularly the driver standards, the driver, I mean, sheer lack of mistakes from the drivers. It comes down to the safety of the circuit too. There's a lot of runoff where we won't see cars beached in the gravel as much, and the layout of the circuit certainly helps to that. Yeah, and fantastic and reliability too. Any mechanical issues that there have been, they haven't been sudden and terminal out on circuit, which of course causes code 60s. They've kind of all been able to be rectified in the pits, or certainly dealt with in the pits. So
yeah, I think as well there's plenty of room out there on track. With a smaller grid, 22 cars. Yeah. This year, a smaller grid gives us a little bit more space out there, so there's no need to trip over one another. The likes of Dubai, when in the past we've had, you know, over 100 entries, that track is perhaps a little bit too crowded for some good racing. So yeah, I think all the elements, all the planets line up, doesn't it? Or don't they? And that's, I think, has been a contributory factor. Your nomination for Spirit of the Race, the Peugeot, looks like it's got a bit of flapping bodywork that might draw the attention of the stewards to it. It looks like the rear quarter from the bumper has come adrift. It's flapping and looks quite attached. It's not looking, I think it's already had some tape on it. Not enough tank tape on there, gentlemen.
Maybe needs some more, but the tail light on the right hand side is a little bit of that has been kind of been broken. So I hope there hasn't been any contact to the rear of that little Peugeot. I hope no one's picked a fight with our little Peugeot, but it doesn't appear to be slowing them down at the moment. Looking at the lap times last time by, yeah, they're running in general, for this time of the race, they're running a reasonable pace. We'll see if Flavien Remy brings the car into the pits. it doesn't look like there's anything really to worry about too much for that little Peugeot. Is it going to carry on past the pitch? Yes, it is. So no such problem as the GT3 Porsche blasts by it like a fighter jet. It's yeah, they've got to hold their nerve of the drivers in that little Peugeot.
Yeah, that car's going to continue going round. We've been doing some digging on the Max and Moritz story. There was a racing team, a German racing team called the Max Moritz Racing Team that existed between 1970 and 78. I'm not sure whether that has a connection to Max Moritz, who's currently one of our drivers in the Herbeth team. Again, Max Moritz may be using, or the team that is, between 70 and 78, maybe again using that old story of Max and Moritz to name their team, which is quite cute, really.
There's so many great stories of how team names come to be. Flying Lizard, well, nobody knows the story of why Flying Lizard is called Flying Lizard. It's a very closely guarded secret. I'd love to know what it is.
Is it?
Yes. Do you know?
I actually don't. I probably know people who do. However, it's very early in the United States, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't know I don't know that story, Peter.
No. I've had the great privilege of interviewing Seth Nyman, who founded Flying Lizard, and he said no, it's a very closely guarded secret. But to his knowledge, only 2 or 3 people know the true story of why Flying Lizard is called Flying Lizard. So yeah, there's I know it's some great team names over the year. White Lightning, and of course Benny just carried the name of the owner above the door. Why is Herbert called Herbert when it's owned by the Renaults?
Now then, that goes back to the history of the Renault's father, isn't it? Again, that's another bit of research down in the pits for Nick Damon, maybe. As the Peugeot is in, whether that car is in for that bodywork about to come apart, we'll find out as Nick Damon is down there. Nick, that Peugeot heading towards you now?
Yep, flashing its lights as it trundles down the Portimao pit lane. We're also going to get a pit stop in a minute now from Scherer Sport, the 18 Audi. That's got its tyres on the apron. In comes the oh yeah, very broken at the rear right. It's completely it's only a bit of glass fibre, it's not even carbon fibre, and it's completely separated away. Now interestingly, this has been an ongoing problem because they've already riveted that rear part of the valance onto the rear wing. Now we're going to see some top tie wrap action here. But interestingly, they've used tie wraps before. They've got the holes drilled between the 2 halves of this damage. So my guess is the previous tie wraps have broken. Therefore, perhaps they should try something different, like industrial strength duct tape. No need for a lump hammer, obviously. And to my left, as this has happened, full service going on with the 18, the Scherer Sport Audi. Out has got Ella Earhart. In has got the Frenchman, Philippe Châtelet, back with the Peugeot. They are attempting to reattach that rear valance. The rest of the car has been serviced, tyres are on. I think the driver stayed on board actually. Oh no, perhaps not. Trying to see, yeah, the driver did change. He's adjusting his gloves in a very meaningful way. So they are just taking their time. Obviously they're not time limited, they're the only car in the class, but they are just remending this bit of the rear bodywork, which to be honest, I assume must have been hit, but looks more like it's torn. You know, when you get quite thin glass fibre, you can end up tearing it, because once you kind of break the structure, it becomes impossible for the fibres to come away in a line, and that's what's really happened. But they are now using many tie wraps. Problem with the Phoenix, it's not Phoenix, sorry, same paint job, but it's the Scherer Sport Audi. They still haven't got it going, having a problem getting it running, and they're having to give it a bit of a push. A bump starting it, and away it goes. But surely it needs to go to the fuel. Yeah, so they're going to have to bump start it again from there. So obviously a bit of a starter motor issue kicking in for the 18. Away has gone the Peugeot, and the pit lane is once again quiet, apart from my enormous personality.
That's one way to describe it. Yes, that's true. 2 hours and 15 minutes left to go. The Peugeot crew back on the move, and it's not Shera Sport PHX. We've got the Santalock team this time out, but usually Shera Sport running that back crew. Nick's absolutely right, but Santalock this weekend, the quasi GT and rally team. So they go through to the fueling area, which is at the end of pit lane this weekend here in the 24 hours of Portimao. So the Santalock crew, they sit in third at the moment. Elliot Earhart has got out, and we'll get a confirmation on who. We say, of course, Philippe Chatelet getting in. Flavien Remy brought in that Peugeot, Joe, but what I loved there was just the sheer relaxation, the donder of the driver getting in. Normally we're used to driver changes in endurance races to run into the car. Just a slow stroll. But before we discuss that, Elliot Earhart is with our very own Nick Damon.
Getting towards the business end of the race, last few hours, how's the car? I saw it needed a bump start, a jump start to get it out. Is there a starter motor issue?
Yeah, no, we have a problem with the clutch since the night. And we have to push the car that it can start, and yeah, that's it.
But the rest of the car, the handling, that's all fine?
Yeah, the car is not so bad, but the Porsche are much too fast for us. And it's not possible to go the same speed, and yeah, that's it. P3 more is not possible for us.
Is that just a case of the Porsche being more suited to this Portimao circuit than the Audi?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Is that just a case of the Porsche being more suited to the circuit than the Audi is?
I think it's just a BOP.
Oh, you guys always say that.
Yeah, it's good for us, yeah.
So a couple of hours to go, so you've kind of settled now for third place then?
Yeah, I think we have to save the third place, and that's it. It's okay.
Thanks, Elliot.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. The good thing about that's a bit more direct than I usually experience with Elliot Earhart. I remember interviewing him on the grid at Monza last year, and he was a little bit coy and a little bit vague with his answers, deliberately so. He didn't want to give me all his secrets, but that was a pretty direct answer as to what the difference was in the pace there, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not really going to make much difference, I think, with regards to the pace of that car now. I have been doing some digging with regards to the history of the Herbeth team, founded by Alfred Herbeth, and in 2013 the Renault brothers took over as team managers of the team, mainly running in the Porsche Carrera Cup and the German ADAC in its early days, but it stretches back to the late 90s, early 2000s, when the team was formed mainly to run Porsches. The first time I came across the Herbeth team was in Dubai in 2015, I think, and they were actually running a Lamborghini. And the thing had caught fire in one of the practice days. And then they quickly went back to where they belonged, I think, with in the Porsche family.
For those joining us on the live stream on the 24H series website, you've just had a look at the swimming pool in the middle of the Portimao paddock. So once we're finished off here in the Global Broadcast Centre, we'll dive in for a bit of a dip, maybe with a cold cocktail. That's a race. You talk about the facilities of a racetrack, having its own swimming pool. That is what it is. But now Nick Damon has a health and safety update for the swimming pool. Nick?
Yeah, don't dive into it. If you dive into it, you'll break your neck. It's the weirdest patch of water on the Algarve coast. It's about 2.5 feet deep. I've no idea why they built it. I've no idea why it's there. It serves no purpose. You're not supposed to go in it. And it's very, very shallow, so it's dangerous. So no diving, no bombing, and no heavy petting.
It's and no scooters. No motorised scooters. There's a sign on the wall, isn't there, Nick, that says no scooters allowed in the pool. But it's not really a swimming pool, is it? It's more of a plunging pool.
It's maybe cool your ankles off with it, maybe.
I'm not even sure it's got like a filtration system and stuff, so it's probably not a good idea to go in there.
Possibly not.
It looks great though.
It looks fantastic. Maybe it could be one of those foot spas where they put lots of little fishes in there and they nibble away at the kind of less nice parts of your feet.
It does get a bit of use in the certainly when this race ran in July, and the conditions were really stifling. You know, I think wasn't it 1 year, Nick, that we had temperatures towards 40 degrees, and what we saw was drivers using that pool and just basically just jumping in and lying down in it with their race suits still on, just to get some heat out of their system. It was a very, very hot year, that particular year. I can't remember which one it was, because it's pretty much been a hot year every time we've come to Portimao.
Here we go. Yeah, they also had, of course, the paddling pools issue to everybody. There was a Creventic paddling pool issue. They did that at Barcelona as well one year when it was really hot. But yeah,
Paul Ricard as well, I remember.
Is massive.
Paul Ricard, they did that as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
That was a health and safety thing, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, they look after you, but obviously the heat gain, and these guys, most of them, girls, aren't professional drivers, so you've got to kind of look after them. Cooling them down after long stints is pretty important. Talking about that, temperature obviously now is picking up at the track. The wind's quite low compared to yesterday, so they won't be getting the issues with the car being blown around as it was. But yeah, I don't think it's been quite as toasty as it was yesterday. I think a couple of degrees less, might peak out at about 24. Still very pleasant. And I think we're about to get a Herbert pit stop, possibly, because people are coming out. But it's very exciting. But I'll get back to you when it actually happens.
Well, Ralph Bone is now on board the number 92 Herbert car. Of course, he's registered in both cars, remember. So Ralph Bone may well be getting the rest of his driver time done in that 92 Herbert Porsche. Started the number 91 Herbert Porsche in the AN class entry. So interesting stuff there. Ralph Bone, is he going to have to stand on the podium, one leg on the top step and one leg on the second step, Joe?
I know which step I would choose over that one.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be the ultimate one, wouldn't it? But yes, I mean,
at your teammates,
all taken apart in both the performance of the cars, and undoubtedly the credit to everyone involved as a team effort. Quite frankly, isn't it? It's been a massive team effort. I'm not sure we've seen Ralph Bond. Have we seen Ralph Bond in both cars?
He mentioned to Nick on the grid yesterday, just before the start of the race, that it's something that was a new experience for him. So, you know, something. If it's an experience that he has, there aren't many new ones left to have. So yeah, fantastic there. He won't be able to take this car to the end of the race. He's just got into it about 3 minutes ago. So that might be that we've had a Herbert stop, which we missed when Nick was going through the health and safety briefing. As our new health and safety officer, help us. So
that's a scary thought, actually.
That is a scary thought, yeah.
In charge of health and safety.
So he won't be able to. Ralph Bone will not be able to take the leading 92 Herbert Porsche to the end of the race. Why? Well, because he can only drive 2 hours maximum at a time. So he will need to come in and hand that car over to someone to take it to the flag, and hopefully to take the checkered flag in the lead, which they hold right now. But we do have another Herbert stop, car 91 in with Jason Hart bringing that car in after a stint of around an hour and 25 minutes. Nick?
How could you doubt me, Mr. Mackay? I told you we were getting a Herbert stop. We're getting a Herbert stop. But it's not one that was planned. There was some consternation at the back of the pits. They're now having a really close look at the rear left. In fact, were about to offer up a new rear left tyre. They're happy with what they've seen. and it's blasted off. So there was no requirement, it turns out, to stop there. This is a fuel stop. This is always going to be a fuel stop. Oh, actually, I've told a complete fib. It's not even a fuel stop. So this was a check because something felt wrong on the rear left. They looked at the tyre, they looked at the brake caliper. Both of those seem fine, and they've sent the car out. So, driver feeling, car not right. Team checks, nope, car is right. Off you go.
Yeah, car back out and into the race. The 91 chasing down the lead. Jason Hart was putting in some sterling 1:45 lap times and was pulling that car back towards him. However, there's a lap difference, so he would have to overtake the car twice to take the lead. The car on its out lap, and we look to see who's at the wheel. That hasn't updated. So did Nick say Jason Hart stayed in the car?
Yeah, he stayed in. Yeah, Jason Hart. Yeah,
so we
his
expect to see more of those sterling lap times for him. Stint time. He's got 30 minutes in the car, Peter. He's already done an hour and 28. So we're going to see that car back in for what will probably be its final stop.
Quite likely, yes.
It's going to have 90 minutes. It's going to have over 90 minutes. Can that GT3 car stretch to 90 minutes?
No, maybe not, sure actually. No, I think, actually, I'm surprised there with that check. They maybe didn't do a top-up for that reason, but they've got to come in anyway for the driver time. So, Home Guard Racing, Home Guard Motorsport in, and they're down with Nick.
Well, actually, they... what looked like a standard stop, but actually what they've ended up doing is they're also working on the rear of the car with a brake change on the, I think both sides, definitely the rear right, and they're also having to push start the car. This is 902. This will be a great comeback. 7th overall now for the Holmgar car. They lost so much time right at the start, or right at the bottom. But something I am interested in, and I think it's, yeah, we have a lot of experience looking at various Porsche 911s. I never see so much activity on the rear brakes, Peter. The rear brakes normally just last 24 hours, no problem at all. So why do you think it is all these teams are having to change or having problems with the back corners?
It's a good question, and I think it's a confusing point for the teams as well. One of the team managers mentioned, I can't remember if it was yourself, Nick, or Diana, but these 992 GT3 Cup cars, when they race in the Mobil 1 Super Cup or various Carrera Cups around the world, they race without ABS. In the North American Championship, they do have ABS, funnily enough. So the car can be fitted with it or not. The endurance cars can be fitted with it, and most of them are. And it seems like there's some sort of way that the nature of this circuit and the driver use of the ABS is putting more stress through the braking system in general. And it was Antoine Leclerc who said the brake cooling has been a problem. So it could just be that there's just a big temperature build-up in the rear brakes. It could be a combination of those factors. So what we can only speculate, but you're right, it definitely has been a concern which has taken the teams a little bit by surprise. So it's just 2 hours and just over 2 hours to go then here in this 24 hours of Portimao. You're listening to RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and also hello to you all watching on the 24H series live stream. Thank you very much for your company. Make sure to get your nominations in for Spirit of the Race on the chat. We'll keep an eye on that. But with 2 hours and 1 minute to go, you're watching and listening to the 24 hours of Portimao. So as the sun continues to come up here just before 10 o'clock local time in the morning, and the temperature getting a little bit warmer, let's look at how the standings look with just 2 hours to go in this motor race. At the top of the field then, we have the number 92 Herbert Porsche leading the way on a 683 laps, and with a clean green flag run to the end, we're on course for a new distance record in this 6th edition of the 24 hours of Portimao. And what that would be quite cool. We've had very, very little Code 60 in this race. And the drivers marching on to what would be a distance record. How many laps will they get? Well, we'll find out in a little over 2 hours time. Second place, it's the Herbert Porsche number 91, the AMFAS entry, which Jason Hart brought in a moment ago just to offer a precautionary check on the rear left tyre. Thought that he felt something wrong, maybe the early stages of a slow puncture or something like that, and decided it was much safer to come in, get it replaced. A very smart call, I think it must be said, from both Jason Hart and the Herbert crew. So a Herbert Porsche 1 and 2 at the moment, with the leaders in 992, the 903 Red Ant Racing crew. They're up there in 4th overall, and any issue whatsoever for any of the leading GT3 cars, and they will be up there. But let's look at the full running then of the standings, how it looks after 22 hours of racing. Herbert Motorsport, your leader then, with their 92 car from the 91 sister car. So 2 hours away from a historic 1-2 finish here at Portimao. The Santilok Junior team sit in 3rd with their Audi. Then it's a plethora of 911 GT3 Cup machinery in the 992 class, led by the 2 Red Ant Racing cars, 903 from 904. Then it's the 909 Red Camel Jordan's crew, who have had a pretty tough season with some bad luck so far. A Podium would certainly put their championship charge back on track. Orchid Racing team sit in 7th, and Holmgard Motorsport sit in 8th overall after just coming in for a pit stop. In 9th, it's our 992 AM leader, the 907 RPM Racing team, who have had several delays for various issues, but have fought back hard and up there in the lead of their class. Bagheera ZM Racing lead in GT4 ahead of W Autosport, who did have the lead before a fuel pump issue cost them a lot of time, nearly an hour in the pits getting that solved. Seb Lejeune Racing by Duo Racing sit in 12th with car number 908, and then it's the mighty Peugeot, the 308 Racing Cup machine for PRV in 13th overall. GSR Motorsport sit 14th and 3rd in GT4. The Vortex sits in 15th, and MRS GT Racing are 16th overall. And the last few, unfortunately, all retired for the day. E2P Racing, Orchid Racing Team, Hoffer Racing, Grove Racing, HRT Performance 967, and Lionspeed GP. So into really the business end of this 24 hours of Portimao for 2024. An hour and 57 minutes to go, and Herbert Porsche marching on at the field, and despite their enormous lead, Joe, they're certainly keeping that pace up. But our GT4 leaders now in the pits and down with Nick.
Yeah, it's a longer stop than it initially looked like. Adamanato got out and Yaroslav got in, but they've made kind of a last minute, but a later decision that they're going to change. I think it's the pads on the front left. It might be this as well. Now, this, of course, is the corner which had the problem and had to be replaced earlier. Well, yesterday, of course. And they're having I think they're concerned about it again. It doesn't look quite like they are working on the actual pad or caliper. They're kind of trying. They just unscrewed something towards the back of that hub. They're now doing the Iron Man thing and lifting it back up again. Nope, and the car's going to go in the garage, guys. So this is game on for the Toyota Supra, as the 416 is going to make it into the pits for another problem on the front left.
Wow.
Oh dear.
Told you, last 2 hours, nightmare. Nightmarish for all of our teams out there.
Well, they've got 45 minutes to get it sorted effectively. So there is time. That's the gap.
Yeah, that's the gap for the Toyota Supra for GT4. Top step of the podium. Interesting very interesting. Peter, we mentioned records and the possibility of the distance record being beaten here this year. We're on 686 laps from our leading Herbert Motorsport Porsche. The record is 731 laps in 2020. We've also got another little bit of a record stat as well. Can we all remember the Scuderia Praha Ferrari team of Jerzy Perzaric, Joseph Kral and Matteo Magliucelli? They still have the most overall wins here, 3. However, if Ralph Bourne and Robert Renault win, they would equal this record of 3 wins, and which is another one to another box ticked. Robert having been awarded his 50th race in the Creventic series. We saw that presentation go off yesterday. Well, he's going to end up in the record books and match the Ferrari team of Perzaric, Kral and Magliucelli if they indeed carry this to the flag.
So Herbert won it in 2020. What was the other year they won it, Joe?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether James Gent is telling me that it's podium finishes or overall wins. So the Ferrari, I'm told, has 3 overall wins.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. I think Herbert did one overall.
It's overall podium finishes, not overall wins. So the Ferrari 3 podium finishes, and if Ralph Bourne and Robert Renault continue, they will also equal that as 3 overall podium finishes. So it's the overall podium that we're talking about, not the class podiums.
Or indeed a win. Yes, 3 overall wins for Scuderia Praha. Nick is still with Bagheera. A drama down there. Nick, what's going on?
It's the same thing. They are replacing the entirety of the front left corner. They have another fully made up upper wishbone and lower wishbone and hub and everything else. Now the thing is, they might be a bit quicker at it this time because they've already whipped off the airbox from the top, which they've realised they had to do in the engine. So they've had a practice. Now they're going to do it again, but it's not the work of the moment, as we know from last time. So how many laps and how many minutes are they ahead of the Toyota? Because this is going to be a few minutes at least.
45. So 45 minutes is the gap between Bagheera and the W Autosport team. By my memory, Nick, it was about a 20-minute repair last time. Would you agree with that?
I think it was near a half an hour, but I expect they'll be quicker because they've done it before.
Okay.
So yeah, they took a little while identifying exactly what the issue was last time. This time they've gone straight for it and straight to get those wishbones off and get the new corner on. I've no idea what it is about the Algarve circuit, and particularly the left-hand side, which is the less stressed side, of course, the clockwise circuit. Actually, no, it's the more stressed side, clockwise circuit. So they're obviously banging some curbs, which obviously isn't working with the GT4 version of the AMG.
I think it's funny enough, when we spoke to the CP Racing team last summer, of course they drove the GT3 version of the car, they said the front left is really an issue with that front engine machine, and wonder if it maybe, of course, it's a different engine in the GT4, it's a 4-litre turbo rather than the big 6.2, but I think it's all coming down to those final 2 corners, Joe, Sagres and Galp, where the car gets absolutely no rest for 5-10 seconds, where it's just loaded up at higher and higher speeds over and over again, and I think that really is where the issue is coming. I mean, we saw it in the World Endurance Championship with the GTE cars. The GTE Porsches were actually getting big chunks coming out the tyre because it was just getting put through so much load.
Well, think about the start of the lap as well, Pete. You've got 2 very, very fast kinks. The second kink, you're also scrubbing off speed, so the car is really, really loaded up, and even more so onto that front left corner as you get the speed off for turn 3. So you've got the first kink where you are, you've taken off speed from your top speed from the straight, and then as you're turning into the second kink, you're thinking about going on the brakes heavy, and with the car still leaning to the left, still all that load, all that energy going into that front left, you're then braking very heavily for the hairpin, and you're keeping that load on the car through the hairpin. And it's not until you come out of the hairpin and start going up the hill and through that fast left kink, that you unload that left-hand side. So match that with coming onto the straight. That's a very, very fast right-hand sweep. Onto the straight, you go over a brow, and then the car loads up massively as it settles back in. And there are other aspects of this track where you are really loading that left front, and it's been a concern with regards to tyre wear. I'm not sure we've ever encountered concerns regarding suspension breakages and the like because of those loads. I mean, it's usually just a tyre wear issue.
It has been fascinating how we've had, despite those loads, we've had very, very few punctures. I thought we'd maybe have more with just the massive load that goes through, but it's the rest of the car that's in various models and classes that's giving up. Is the kind of, what's it they say, the path of least resistance. So drama then in GT4 with Bagheera in the garage replacing that broken front left suspension and wheel assembly, so that at the moment they are 19 laps ahead of the now chasing Toyota GR Supra, which had been in the lead and had its own issue of nearly an hour replacing some fuel pumps. So 19 laps, and gee, that's just over half an hour. So yeah, this could really come down to the wire. Bagheera have been in the garage for 10 minutes now, so that repair is well underway. We'll keep a very close watch on it. This GT4 battle, you said it, Joe, several times yesterday, this race is going to be won and lost in the pits. Actually in GT4 that's true, but more so in the fact that it's how quick can you repair your car.
Always been the case, especially in this type of endurance race. It's old style, isn't it? It's modern day endurance racing has become a sequence of sprint races punctuated by pit stops and driver changes. But with the smaller categories, the GT4s, the 992s and the like, and even GT3s to an extent, we'll see how the GT3 formula works at Le Mans coming up next month in June at the Le Mans 24 Hours. But it's always been a race of attrition. It's always been over a distance of 24 hours. You always have to factor in how you deal with that issue and how the team reacts and how it's choreographed, etc., in dealing with any issues in the pits. I think we heard Nick Damon there. Nick, is that you shouting up?
Oh, it was. I am with Adam Lacko. Adam, who's driving the Boogie Rock car when it came in. Adam, you came in for what seemed like a normal stop, and then suddenly a problem again with the front left. Did you not feel it in the car?
No, we don't feel it. It's again, it's same side, same problem like after 4 hours. The front left arm is broken, and when the guy's changing the tire, it's moving, and we must push to the garage, and now we change. But the guys practice before 20 hours, and now do it again.
Do you know why the car keeps breaking its front left arm?
We don't know. It's same like Wednesday when we try. We have every time broken rear. We must completely change the setup. And now on the race, front left. Maybe it's every fast corner is to the right, and all the weight is on the front left. Maybe this is the reason.
Are you were you taking it easy? Were you staying off the curbs, or were you still pushing 100%?
No. Now when I'm driving this 2 hour, I drive very gently. I try don't go to the curbs because we have big gap, and we try smooth.
Well, best of luck. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's not something that you can be aware of as a driver, Peter, which makes it even more of a concern, isn't it? That you're going to have to continually check that. And again, he mentioned there, after 4 hours, they had that same problem. So again, they'll just react to that. They'll get on with it, won't they? And get that job done as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the Toyota Supra is gaining ground on them.
Yep, all the while it moves on, we'll we see the W Autosport Toyota Supra catching up as an hour and 45 minutes to go. There's some kart racing going on at the wonderful karting circuit here at Portimao. The weather just warming up nicely now, up to 20 degrees Celsius in the air, and track temperature. So that track temperature is still pretty cool for compared to what we saw at the height of the day yesterday. I mean, you could not ask for better conditions to go racing in any circumstance. Beautiful day here in the Portuguese Algarve.
And there's the Algarve Resort just across from the track. You can hear the engines when you head back to your hotel for a little bit of overnight rest. You are soothed to sleep with the white noise of the drone of these engines coming from the track. It really is. If you're a petrol head and a motorsport fan and you haven't been to Portimao, then I suggest you very readily start arranging a visit out here for whatever event that you can get to see. It really has everything that you need, and you can even have a blast on the kart track as well. I'm pretty sure they still do hire karts that you can turn up and drive and try out the kart drone over the road to the main track. We've still got a 1 hour and 44 minutes to the flag, and our good friend Paul Trussell has worked out, Peter, that at the rate of the 92's lapping last time by 145.9, 145.5 for the second Herbert car, we estimate, or at least Paul estimates, that it should reach 750 laps. So that record of 731 laps will be smashed by a full 19 laps if we continue at this rate.
That's massive. That's a huge difference. Yeah. Well, we're hearing from the pits that the Bagheera Mercedes is rejoining. Nick, what do you see?
An absolutely remarkable piece of work. They've got the whole thing done and changed. My counting about 14 minutes. Just goes to show what a bit of practice can do. But we're about to get another visitor who's about to go in the pits as well, and that's our third place runner, the Shara Sport Audi. That's going on the dolly jacks and into the pits at the same moment as the Bagheera car has left the pits. So great work on that Mercedes, but the Audi, the R8, is rolling back into the garage, so I'll go and find out what the problem is there.
Yeah, it's the Sunderland Junior team this week. That's the team that we would normally see these drivers line up for, but this weekend they're in the Sunderland team. And again, Peter, it's that time of the race when you really, the worst case scenario can affect you, and we wait to see what Nick uncovers as to the reasons why that Audi R8 has been brought into the pits, and not just into the pits, but into the pit garage. It's got 10 laps before we get the fourth place overall car, which is the first of the Red Ant cars, and of course first of the 992 class cars.
Yep, it's not safe for the overall podium. We pontificated and speculated yesterday at the beginning of the race, could we see a 992 class car get on the overall podium? There is precedent for it in 24-hour races. We saw the Ebby Motors 991 car get on the overall podium at Sebring 24 Hours back in 2021. So it has been done before. So if that Santalot car is delayed for it'll only need to be delayed for about 15 minutes, and the Red Ant racing car 903 would be up onto the overall race podium, which frankly would be a miraculous achievement. But let's try and find out what the issue is with the Santalot car. Elliot Earhart told us an hour or so ago that they're having an issue with the clutch on the car. So it could well be something to do with that or something else. You can be sure that Nick Damon will find out with his bottomless charm.
Yeah, paddle shift gearbox, remember, so whether or not the clutch is affecting the shift of the gears, or indeed the clutch is losing drive, and you will hear the engines rev which doesn't correspond to the speed that your car is travelling at, which means you've got a bit of clutch slip. And with 1 hour 40 now remaining, whether or not that team has got time to change the gearbox and lose that podium place in GT3, they probably have, actually, because they've got a huge gap to the next GT3 car. That, of course, is a retirement B2P Racing that went out with an engine failure. So we remain to see what decisions are made in the Sonderlock Junior team with regards to that clutch issue.
Well, let's get an update then from Nick Damon. Nick?
Yeah, I mean, it's appears to be more of a gearbox selection issue than a clutch issue. Some shouting and running around. They've also changed drivers. Pierre Chatelet's got out. I think it's Pierre Caffrey's got in, because of course he could take it to the end at this point, couldn't he? He could run the 2 hours to the end. But they say the compressor's working. The compressor's working. That's where, of course, the gears are changed with a pneumatic system. They can select first. It bumps out a bit. Just see if I can grab a quick word with Pierre. See if I just slightly visit him. It's Philippe, sorry, isn't it? Sorry. Quick word. So just drag Philippe out to see what the situation was with the 18 car. Philippe, is it gearbox issues or clutch issues?
I don't know. I'm sure we have a difficulty with the clutch, as we can so for the start in a pit and start with a rear refueling, but the gearbox works normally, and now we can upshift, so it's a bit difficult to say why. We will see.
Was it a problem with the upshift that happened straight away, or did it start going wrong slowly, then more and more until nothing?
No, it started during my stint. So it's I don't know. All the team works very hard, and my friend Pierre back in the seat, and he's ready to restart when it's possible.
Philippe, thank you very much indeed. A clutch problem instantly puts more stress on the gearbox, and that, of course, is probably what leads to these upshift issues, because you're doing rough changes, but they now need to fix the gearbox. They can't take the clutch out, that'll take too long. So all they can try and do, I think, within the time limits of the race, is to improve the gear change.
That doesn't sound like the work of a moment at all. Thank you for that update, Nick. Gearbox change on an Audi R8. Joe, what are we looking at time-wise for that?
Oh, I think you're looking at towards an hour, aren't you?
Wow.
I mean, not quite the same as a Ford Escort Mark II, maybe, but yeah, it's, you know, an Audi R8 mid-engined car's got to be up. Engine drops out the bottom. Yeah, 45 minutes to an hour, I would say. I think we've seen that happen in the past.
Wow, that would I mean, they would drop off the overall podium. They would still retain their class position they're in the Pro-Am class of GT3, so they are trailing the 92 Porsche of Hermod Motorsport, so it wouldn't necessarily change their class position and hot driver points for the championship, which of course is important because they're all regular drivers, or certainly drivers like Michael Doppelmayr, Elliot Earhart, Pierre Caffer. They are regular competitors here, so those driver points are important. So that's what can they do short of changing the gearbox? Is there anything they can do to get in there and try and loosen things up? What is there available to them?
There isn't room to loosen things. The modern gearbox either works or it doesn't.
Yes.
And they're so intricately put together. It's all about weight saving and space saving, so everything's very compact in there. Very technical bits of kit, modern day gearboxes. In fact, any gearbox is a pretty magical piece of engineering, to be honest, Peter. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's basically a swap in and out job. You haven't got time to be dismantling gearboxes and rebuilding gearboxes during the race. If this was with 23 hours to go, then you might have a go at it. But you're a very well-funded team if you've got a box of gearbox internals to do a gearbox rebuild. Usually the gearbox would go back to a gearbox builder and get serviced. So if they've got a spare, that's the only thing they can perhaps think about, is putting in the spare. Whether you'd want to do this with 95 minutes remaining, when you've got a guaranteed podium, well, you know, probably not, is the answer.
They've certainly got a guaranteed podium in class, not necessarily overall, because they're rapidly being caught by the Red Ant Racing team, who lead their class at the moment by 10 laps from their team car, the 904 Red Ant Racing machine. There's only, where are we, does it say an 85? Yeah, so we're only 8 laps now between in fact, mate, that's 6 laps between Red Ant Racing in 4th and the Santa Loc Audi, which is in the pits right now. So we could quite well see here, Joe, a Porsche 992 Cup car, a completely different spec of car to a full GT3, getting onto the overall podium. I think it says a lot about the machine, but a lot about the way that the Red Ant team have executed in this race, and quite in this full season too.
Yeah, well, didn't you say when we first kicked off, when we first went green, you said, is this the weekend where we see a 992 car on the overall podium indeed? Pardon me, potentially on the top step of the podium. I mean, that was purely down to the smaller grid we have for this year's Portimao 24. But yeah, I mean, that is still very doable. We have... The race that comes to mind, the GT car, the Porsche of Nick Tandy, can't remember who his teammates were, who pulled off that magnificent victory at Petit Le Mans, where it was the first car across the line, and the first time a GT car has stood on an overall podium.
And to our feet comes the 91 Herbert Porsche. Again, they're looking at this rear left. It came in a while ago for a check on the rear left. They're looking at it again. This time, they're having a real wangle. What's he doing there? Under the top of the mounting for the back of the hub back plate, effectively, seems to be, which also I think maybe a little adjustment on the top wishbone as well. Just hard to see. There's like 4 arms in there, and Seb's not back here. So I can't tell you. So there's a lot of work going on this rear left hub. Again, in those ridiculous high temperatures. They've taken it out and put it back in again. It's a screw right on the top of the rear of the hub behind the brakes. They've loosened it, retightened it, put it back on again, and off they go. So that's the second time that's come in, saying the rear left feels rod, and they've resuited it. Resuited it. That's the one. See if I can find Mr. Rubin now. See if he can tell me. They've changed. They've very quickly changed the nut on the whatever it was on the rear of the hub mounting. It's sitting in the mole grips now. Too hot to touch. Well, what was the problem with the car? You've replaced the nut there on the hub. What was it for?
Just the bolt was broken in the rear front, so for safety reasons we needed to change it.
Was it making the car feel strange for the driver?
I don't think so, because nobody was complaining, but we saw it at the pit stop, and just for safety reason, you need to change it if you see the bolt is broken. Yeah, but now we continue in second. That's good, and I hope we can do this until the end.
Well, first and second.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks, Ronaldo.
So the forge on then, Herbert, and I think that's a really sensible approach, Joe, because they did have a decent gap back to the Santa Loc car in third, and of course that gap is now growing with the Santa Loc car in the pits. I think they can effectively come in as many times as they please, just to make absolutely sure that that's all in order.
Yeah, the pressure's off somewhat, isn't it? You know, those pesky 992 cars are not that far away, so you do have to be wary of that still. It's not in the bag. Still got 90 minutes remaining. Anything can happen still, but yeah, I mean, that's given them the pressure's off, and it's given them the ability to make those double checks, and that's just attention to detail, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a really impressive team there in Herbert's small group, but very, very well drilled. Well, the Bagheera team, after their fantastic pit work, they've held on to their lead in GT4, still 14 laps in hand, and the mighty W Autosport Toyota still keeping the laps turning, keeping that pressure on. And you know, we've seen a few failures, not just, as Adam Lacko told us, from the Bagheera team, a few failures in the race, but also interestingly in testing during the week, Joe. So Bagheera, yes, they might have repaired that, but they're far from out the woods with 90 minutes to go.
No one is out of the woods. You're only out of the woods when the checkered flag comes out and you make it round. You're out of the woods when you're on that slowdown lap, making your way back to the pits. These are nuts and bolts, you know, internal combustion engines relying upon science and all sorts of variables that can, at this stage, like I said to you earlier, like we said, Peter, the drivers are hearing things that they've never heard before. It sort of causes consternation, and you know, even your engineers in the garage looking at the telemetry that's coming that you've just downloaded off the car, and you're looking for, you know, different traces on your graphs for the performance coming from the engines, the gearbox temperatures. Look at the temperatures going up on the car. You're looking at your temperature gauges, your gearbox temperature, your engine temperature. Everything is sort of heightened in this last hour or so, heading towards the flag, and it's everything's exacerbated because you just want to get the car home. You've done so much up to now, and you just want to get the car home.
Phoenix Audi is out again after that brief stop with the upshifting. Hopefully they've fixed it. And also just coming to a halt in front of my legs, it's the 125, the Peugeot 308. Having a quick looking at the breathing system for the tank. I think that's just it is a standard stop. That's just kind of a look around of stuff that may or may not be a problem. Full driver change for this 308, and it continues to just turn laps as the winner of the TCE class.
And a very impressive overall position too, 13th overall for that Peugeot squad. They've clicked off the laps methodically and well, and yeah, looking strong to get it to the finish. An hour and 28 minutes left on the clock. So we're
about, Peter, 1 hour away from our presentation of the Spirit of the Race Award.
Yes.
So, you know, maybe we'll give it another half hour of thoughts before we start asking the team for their nominations. Nick, don't remind us to get your nomination before you hand over to Di, would you? We'll talk about it. Well, you're handing over to Di in about half an hour, so that's ideal. We'll start thinking about that. But there are a lot of considerations, aren't they, in this one?
Nick Damon clearly pontificating over his choice for Spirit of the Race at the moment, with an hour and 27 minutes left in the race. My nomination, I mean, there's been great fan interest over the little Peugeot. I like your call though, Joe, for Herbeth running 2 cars, 1 and 2 at the moment, but if I were to bet, I would think that Nick Damon is going to go against the grain. He's going to have another call for us.
Well, the Herbeth team are going to have a lot of trophies, aren't they? Nick, what's your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I have to tell you, the 92 is back. Sorry, it's 91 is back in the pits again. The black Herbeth car, which had its rear left adjusted a minute ago, is now getting a rear left tyre. So they're continuing to muck with the rear left. Another run down the pits, off they go. So they're now examining that rear left. Looks slightly overinflated to me. I'm sure it's just because it's come off very hot. They're having a good old shuffle at it. Not at all. When it comes to Spirit of the Race, I like to see teams grow and learn. And therefore, I think that, Bagheera, 40 minutes to change a front wishbone assembly 20 hours ago. Now they've got it down to about 17 minutes. If they break it again, they'll do it in 5.
I think it's a good call as well for Bagheera ZM Racing. You know, they've Pierre Capper's on the move as he barges the 909 Red Camel Jordan's Porsche Cup car out of the way, coming around Galp Corner, the final corner. That's Ivo Breukers at the wheel. That would have grabbed Ivo's breath for sure. Pierre Capper saw a gap, through he went, hip and shoulder, Bosch, and big moment. It was well held actually from Ivo Breukers as it really unsettled that Porsche Cup car. So Pierre Capper, he's angry. Someone's got under his skin. Of course, 16 minutes in the garage with a clutch issue is certainly enough to get a driver spiced up and ready to go. And maybe with the issues that the 91 Herbert Porsche in second is experiencing, Joe, maybe Santolok, all of a sudden, 10 minutes ago looked like they were maybe going to drop off the podium. Now they're thinking, can we get second here?
Yeah, they're obviously paying attention with what's happening down the pit lane. You tend to do that, and you'll be aware that your nearest competitor up there in front of you. So 697 laps that's been completed by the number 91 car. That's back out on its out lap after that pit stop, which Nick described. 685 laps, so 12 laps the gap between second and third. Pierre Capper's lap time there, or we'll monitor Pierre Capper's lap time next time by, which is just a short time away. He's coming towards the later stages of the lap, Peter, and so we'll find out just what sort of lap times he's putting in. We've had pretty strong lap times from all of the front runners, haven't we? We've been lapping consistently in the 45s, and when you consider 43s have been the fastest laps and the best laps from these cars, we're not that far off their ultimate pace, and we might even see some of our cars now at the front end of this field dipping towards that 1 minute 43.
I think we could, yeah, because the track temperature is not excessively warm yet, so with a determined Pierre Capper on board, yeah, we could see that. 146.945 for Pierre Capper that time by. Could well have been traffic interrupted. The car's best time in free practice was a 143.849, so the car definitely has it in the tank to put that sort of lap time in. And if anybody can drag it out, it's going to be Pierre Capper. Nick Damon down in the pits. What have you got, Nick?
Yeah, we've just seen the Orchid racing car, the 963, is just finishing a standard stop, but also rolling to a stop rather than grinding to a halt. Rolling to a stop is the Red Camel Jordan's NL, the 909, full service there. I believe you said that it was Ivo who was on board. The very tall, lanky figure getting into the car makes me think it's Fabien Dance who's taken over him. Full service with tyres. Oh, it's all going so well there, and Ivo tripped over one of the tyres that come off the car. So, I'm not sure we got that on camera, but it was quite almost a total prep fault. That was almost good enough for You've Been Framed.
Ivo Breukers, You've Been Framed. Yes.
It's a dangerous place, you know.
It is. You're absolutely right. It's a dynamic place, and like you say, a dangerous place. And also, when drivers and teams at this stage can be definitely a little bit tired, easy to be a little bit more on the clumsier side. So an hour and 22 minutes to go then here at Portimao, with the despite those little pit stops and the little checks for the 91 Herbert car, they're still only 5 laps behind the leading car, the number 92 Herbert Porsche. Pierre Capper, I tell you, the pace-wise, Joe, he's 147, so I don't know if he's on the full maximum attack push. Maybe still nursing an issue, perhaps.
Yeah, 47.2 was Pierre's time. Scott Noble now in the 91 47.9. That compares to a 46.5 from Ralph Bon. So they're there or thereabouts, and you can just kind of read and take it an average, really, can't you? Because I know we focus on lap times, but you don't know without monitoring each inch of their lap around this Portimao track. We don't know whether they've encountered traffic, how many people they've overtaken, how offline they had to go. So we'll just keep an eye on that and just see if that gap is coming down. It's about a 29-minute difference in time-wise between Pierre Caffer and Scott Noble. So there's, we've only got an hour and 20 minutes. So unless the 91 stops still and the Santalog Audi continues, then we're not going to see that much of an impression made. It's I think you were right, though. I think they've maybe been keeping an eye on the pit stop action, the pit stop activity with that 91 car. And talking about pit stop activity and pit lane activity, Nick Damon.
Ivo, you do a long stint in the car, and the most dangerous thing you have is getting out of the car when you fall over the tyre.
Yes, no, the last 20 laps were dangerous as well. I nearly collected the Santalog Audi in turn 15, but the last 20 laps were really, really difficult. My left rear tyre was gone, was giving up, and it was more like a drifting championship than an endurance race.
Have you been surprised about how the cars behaved? There were a lot of cars having problems with the left rear. Did you expect that when you came here?
Yeah, yes, of course. It's the first thing is giving up, of course, and our tire pressure was slightly a little bit too high, also due to my handling. I was not taken care of in the beginning. Then the temperature went up and the pressure went up, and then it started sliding, and then it's getting worse. So I know that, but I knew that I had to do the stint until Fabian can finish the race.
So overall, how do you feel about the race? I mean, again, you've had two terrible races. This was one to get to the end, it looks like.
Yeah, it sounds strange, but still, we have enjoyed the race. Of course, we want to fight for the win, and at least it felt what we were fighting. Red End did very well, good pit stops, great speed, and they were a better team this time, but we come back.
Good stuff. Thanks, Ivo.
Thank you.
Nick, you might want to mention to Ivo, we've got that as a replay on the live stream if he makes note of, just under 90 minutes to go. We've had a beautiful slow-mo replay as well from Fabian. Well done, 0221.
Luke,
we got all of that action, didn't we?
His son Luke there giving it a round of applause as well. Great fun there in the family Broikers, and Ivo, a real stalwart of endurance racing, a very long CV of achievements. In fact, my favourite one though on his long list of achievements, Joe, is he won the 2004 Unipart Endurance Championship. And get this, a Seat Ibiza diesel. You'd need a long gaps between pit stops with that thing.
But can you remember the Seat diesel was a big part of the British Touring Car Championships at one point, wasn't it? Back in the mid-2000s.
Yes, the Leon. Yes, well remembered.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course that was at a time when Audi were taking the technology to Le Mans, and it was...
That's right.
Yeah, it was the performance car at the time. Yeah,
diesel was the alternative fuel. Mind you, I've got to say that the diesel fuel that was used for the Audi R10s and onwards was a lot different to the diesel I put in my Mercedes.
Do you think you'd notice a few extra horsepower if you put that fuel in?
Yeah, would have loved to have gotten some. Might have burnt the top of me pistons. We've got a lot of smoke coming from one of our Porsches.
963. It's the Orchid Racing Team.
I think it's the Orchid team, isn't it? The Frank Verger. I think whether that was that a wheel spin or was that a blast from exhaust? Was that exhaust?
I think it's either from the exhaust or I think it was either the exhaust or the engine cover. Maybe overfilled with oil, possibly. It's just blown it off.
It's gone now, it's cleared. The car's out on the track. It's the 963 numbered car. It's the black car with the turquoise roof. I'm going to say that's turquoise. That's cleared. So that may have been a bit of a wheel spin as he turned right out the fueling area to get back out onto the track. Blast of smoke coming out the back of the car, but that seems to have cleared now. Might get another look at that.
That's not tyres. It's definitely not tyres.
No, it's not. That's not tyres, is it?
Well,
that's exhaust.
Yeah. Well, the car's running at full tilt out on circuit, so it doesn't appear to have caused a sudden failure. Will we see the 963 coming into the pits? No, so there's no undue concern. I wonder if maybe just a little bit of overfilling of oil possibly, and it's just blown off, but doesn't appear to be any issue. What a strange one there for the Orchid Racing team, who are running well. They're running 8th overall at the moment, which is 5th in class in the 992s. So a good run from that squad. Orchid Racing team who brought 2 cars here this weekend, the number 963 and the number 917, and back at Mugello at the opening round of the European season, they brought along 2 superstar drivers, 9-time World Rally champion Sebastian Loeb and Roman Dumas, multiple American Le Mans Series champion, world champion, Le Mans winner, etc., and a Porsche legend to drive for them. Hopefully we'll get them back. That would be cool to see certainly Sebastian Loeb back here in Creventic racing. So an hour and 14 minutes to go then here at Portimao, the 6th running, the 6th edition of the 24 Hours of Portimao. Red Ant Racing coming into the pits from the lead of 992 then in their 903 car. Team are ready, and I'm going to guess that is Ayrton Red Ant ready to get in. Nick Damon is there.
If it's got an Ayrton Senna helmet, no, it's not. It's his brother who has the who's been wearing the Ayrton Senna helmet tribute. So that'll be the 903. That'll be Yannick. It's my guess anyway, unless they're playing swap the helmet, which would be very naughty. Full service and tyres for this car that's kind of led the race from pretty much the word go. The lead obviously extended over time after problem for the 99 Red Camels. Out has got Van Eindhoven. The car is away. Handshakes all round, and success seems pretty much guaranteed, but who knows? Hour and 12 minutes to go, anything could still happen.
Shh. No. Nick, don't hex it.
Well, off and I suspect they may be able to get home without another pit stop. An hour and 13 minutes. So Lucas Van Eindhoven gets a big pat on the back from the team, and the team there, that pit crew have been flawless all race long. There's big smiles there in the garage. An hour and 13 minutes on a tank in a Porsche Cup car, Joe, that's right on the limit.
That is, I think that's going to be fine. I think that's quite comfortably on the limit, though, to be honest. We've seen them go almost 90 minutes, if needs be. So, yeah, I think that's going to be fine now. We're getting it, we are inside the GT3 window as well, pretty much. Little bit of a push still, I think, for a GT3 car, an hour and 12, but that clock's continually ticking down, so we are getting towards the last of our pit visitors.
So down here with Lucas Van Eindhoven, fresh out of the 903. It's been absolutely, we call it in England, a copybook performance. Fantastic, no problems, no errors. Has it been that easy in the car as well?
No, it's definitely not that easy. But yeah, we're focusing on tire management and managing to get the car back in one piece. So just focusing on the points that I know on the circuit and just bring it home.
You passed the car over. Can it go to the end now with no more pit stops?
Yeah, you definitely can go to the end now. So just waiting for Yannick to bring it home. He definitely will, and then it's time for celebrations.
Great stuff. Thank you, Lucas. And I'd like to give myself an award for juggling. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's have another look at that, please, on the live stream. We'll maybe even get it in slow motion. That's what we want to see. Ah, yes, and we ask, and therefore 4221 deliver. Oh, that was, and he caught it. Wow, and didn't miss a beat, did he? Ultimate professional. So as we get towards that final hour coming up in 11 minutes time, it is the tension begins to build. I know we've got large gaps between our leading groups. However, it doesn't stop us getting all tense and anxious getting towards that final hour. Endurance racing can be cruel. Let's hope the cruelty is at a minimum for this 24 hours of Portimao. We're on 711 laps. We have 20 laps from our distance record for the Portimao 24 hours. The distance was by the Herbert team in 2020. 731 laps is the target. We're on 711, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think we are on target, as Paul Trussell announced, for 750 laps potentially being achieved here this weekend. So we're not just going to have a record for distance broken as well, but we are going to make a little bit of Creventic 24H series history with the Ralph Bond and Robert Renauer equaling the amount of podiums achieved, the record being 3 consecutive podiums by the Scuderia Praha team. Remember them? Big miss, I think, to this championship, the Czech team.
Yeah, they are indeed, and it would be wonderful to see them return, especially with one of those new Ferraris. They're just a stunning car, the 296 GT3. We've seen a few of them race this season in the 24H series with the Kessel team, who've run a couple of them in this championship at Mugello. Of course, a race where they're very much at home, and at Spa 2. We're coming in towards the final hour now in the 24 hours of Portimao. We will announce our winner of the Spirit of the Race in a little over half an hour's time. And thank you very much to you all for your recommendations in the live chat on our live stream with 24H series. And we have a code 60. Oh, now an hour and 8 minutes to go. Code 60 is out. So it's a problem for the 980 MRS GT Porsche Cup car. And Joe, that looks like it's down at the rear left. Looks like it's almost lost a wheel.
That could well have lost a wheel, Peter. It is on its backside there on the left rear. I heard Nick about to come in with something. Do you know any further information, Nick, other than what we can see? Marco Muller, the MRS GT racing car, has pulled off.
I have lots of information. Prior to that flag was the 907 RPM racing. Philip Hampredict got out. They're now having a good old look at the rear left. We're waiting for the Red Ant 904 car. Now, of course, this is a problem for them because they wanted to fill it to the brim, and they won't be able to, but they have plenty of time in reserve. Santalok Racing look like they may be doing a driver change, but no, they popped back in again. So people have a look around. Herbert are definitely doing a driver change, but obviously which car, hard to tell till it arrives. So yeah, no idea what's causing this, but the cars are now beginning to come in on the code 60. The first of all being the 904, the white Red Ant car that's going to have a full service driver change and tyres, but won't be able to get a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, we can confirm, Nick, that the 988 has lost its left rear wheel. The car is completely devoid of a wheel on that side, so it's going to be a recovery truck job. So that's going to take away the pressure, Peter Mackay, of all the refueling that was potentially required going into this final hour.
It does, yeah. It's a pretty well timed code 60. If you're wanting to just have a little quick top up of fuel, Red Ant Racing taking the opportunity to service their 904 car, and yes, it is a complete loss of the rear left wheel for MRS GT. And like I say, rear left, how many times have we said that about this class of car in this race at this circuit? The rear left, lots of teams having issues, and yeah, when a wheel comes off entirely that on track, that's something we never ever want to see.
No, and I'm not sure when that last. So that he's been out there 21 minutes as Marco Muller. So that wheel has just been working its way off interestingly.
Yeah.
The recovery team is with that car now. It is going to need a flatbed, though. It hasn't got a wheel to be able to tow the car back. And
More pit callers.
we just wait. Into the pits has come the leader. The number 92.
And, it's going to be the infamous Max Moritz getting into the car as well. I'm not sure how Secret Service he is, because he actually has got his name on his overalls. But also, actually, this getting the 92 car, get the lead car, Max Moritz. We also had the 416, the Bugidar car is in the garage as well, getting a little bit of a look at the driver's position there. The Phoenix Audi came through fuel only. The leader's at my feet. They're having a bit of a check on that rear left as well. I think they're worried whether maybe the same problem that happened with the 91 might happen with the 92. So they're having a good old shifty at that. Out has got Ralph Bond. In has got Max Moritz. And they're going to have a look at that mounting top screw and the whole hub assembly on that rear left. As you know, the left takes all the battering. And they're having a good old shifty. For the leader, Bugidar have left the pits. The Toyota Supra, it is a Toyota, it is a Supra, is in the garage getting probably its final service, but we'll need more fuel as well, down to an hour and 5 minutes to go. Herbert are happy there's no recurring issue on that rear left, and they'll be releasing the car any second now.
Fantastic
Thank you,
stuff. Well,
that pit stop just coming to its conclusion. Just putting the left front on there. Taking their time, aren't they?
They are. They can afford to, though. I think this is really, really prudent and wise from the Herbert squads to just make absolutely sure that their race leading car is ready for this final hour of the race. They've got 6 laps in hand. You might as well use them. You don't need to win by 6 laps. You just need to win by, well, 0.6 of a second. So if you've got that time in hand, no point rushing. Very, very prudent indeed. Well, Max Moritz, whatever his real name is, he's got an absolutely pure, perfectly pristine new set of fat turbo overalls there for that Herbert squad, who of course will be making their debut at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring in just a few weeks' time with a real star driver lineup. Matt Campbell, Dennis Olsen and Robert Renauer and Vincent Kolb, who are in the car for this race, they will be there too, so very exciting there. The MRS GT racing car being loaded onto the flatbed and will be brought back to the pits. That, I would think though, Joe, that may well be their day done with an hour and 2 minutes left on the clock.
Well, I think potentially that could you could end up just bolting a wheel onto that left rear and away you would go. I mean, they're at the back of the field overall. They're the last car standing really in this field. 16 cars remaining, and again the challenge is to get the car to the finish, isn't it? An MRS GT Racing, the team, are very, very experienced in long distance sports car racing, and they'll be wanting to, again, there's still over an hour. We've still got an hour's driving time, and the drivers will want to will want to get out there and just, you know, keep going round and round and seeing where they come. They've what are they on? Yeah, they're way back, aren't they? They're about 48 laps off the Vortex ahead of them. However, that'll not deter them, though, will it?
We'll find out. Yeah, we'll find out when they get the car back to the garage, and I guess they'll have to have a good look at it to check if it's just simply a case of bolting a new wheel on, or whether there has been damage to the hub that they need to rectify. So the flatbed is off and moving, so hopefully we'll be back to green flag racing very, very soon with I'll be pretty much just perfectly, quite neatly, the top of the hour, the final racing hour of the 6th Portimao 24 Hours, powered by Hankook. Thankfully a little gap there very close by in the barriers where the MRS GT Porsche can be brought to safety, and the track ready for racing action once again.
Well, you can see those link roads linking the access to the paddock, and plenty of space, well designed, plenty of space to get a truck through the gaps in the barriers. Just get a truck through the space in the barriers, I might add. But you can kind of see the paddock. It's so close you can almost touch it. So that car will be heavily taken back.
Tight squeeze to get the flatbed truck through that gap in the fence there, but they make it. We should see green flag any second now. We got a warning on our timing screen that it was less than a minute to the end of the code 60 procedure. So with an hour left on the clock here at Portimao, we'll see. Well, of course, the teams had an opportunity there under that code 60 to get some fuel on board, and then back to green flag racing once again. The final hour begins here at Portimao, and for Herbert Motorsport with their cars 1 and 2, they're certainly taking as cautious an approach as possible to make sure that these cars make it to the finish. It's the rear left where they're really paying a huge amount of attention to, and it's been a concern all the way through the field, Joe.
Always will be, yeah, and that concern will continue all the way till that slowing down lap after the checkered flag, I'm afraid, Peter. It's we've still got a job to do. 1 hour of racing is still a chunk of time. Yeah, it's still at the forefront of everybody's mind, certainly in the Herbert garage, that they've got to keep the pressure on and keep those cars circulating. We're seeing 1 minute 47s consistently, weren't we? So that's, you know, that's a pretty good pace to keep up.
It is, yeah. And when the drivers are out on track, it is certainly a strong pace. So Max Moritz then at the wheel of the leading number 92 Herbert Porsche, Scott Noble driving the 91 Herbert car, both of whom are now safe in terms of driver time, so they can take the cars to the flag if they so wish. Pierre Caffer likewise safe on driver time. There's of course a 2 hour maximum driver time in this race, where a significant penalty is incurred if you exceed that driver time. So at the moment, not a problem for any of those drivers. So we should see Max Moritz take the 92 Herbert car, the Scott Noble the 91, and Pierre Caffer the 18 to the flag. Yannick Redon, you were right there, Joe. Yannick Redon with the Ayrton Senna liveried helmet. The tribute helmet there is brother Ayrton. He gets the name, but Yannick said, right, I've got the helmet. Clearly big Senna fans in the Redon family.
Yeah, I think Dad Bert is I think we've chatted to Bert before, Bert Redon, and he's told us that he was a Senna fan, of course. Beginning of the month, 1st of May 1994, when we lost arguably the greatest driver in history. It is an arguable point, that, and one for debate later on, and perhaps another podcast rather than this broadcast. But yeah, big fans of the Belgian team.
And Portugal, of course, being from his native Brazil, spoke Portuguese. He had a bit of success here too. His first ever win was in
1985 at Estoril, just up the coast in the northern part of on the Atlantic coast, just east of Lisbon. Actually, is Estoril, and it was 1985 in the JPS liveried Lotus in torrential rain conditions, and that was where he took his first Grand Prix win, the first of many, wasn't it? And I noticed the Monaco Historics having a bit of a celebration of the Senna history and the Senna anniversary of losing him with a collection, because he was a bit of a Monaco Meister. But again, that's not known for endurance racing yet in Senna. I remember following the career from karting all the way through Formula Ford 1600, Formula Ford 2000. He was quite dominant in Formula 3, and then of course he made that appearance in the Toulon, and the rest, as they say, is history.
He did make at least one sports car appearance with the Yost team in a Porsche. I think it was 962 in the Newman colours, that sort of yellow and black livery. So he did have a very brief dalliance in sports car racing.
Was that at the Nürburgring?
Yes, in the new Nürburgring. Yes, it was.
Yeah, the Grand Prix.
Well done.
Grand Prix new at Nürburgring, not the Nordschleife.
Correct. Yeah, because the 1,000 kilometres had moved by that point. Yes, chassis 956104 in the 1984 1,000 kilometres of the Nürburgring.
Yeah, I was going to take a punt at 1984, just before his Formula One career took off, or was beginning to take off, wasn't it?
And that was quite common at the time, where you look at Stefan Beloff, Porsche factory driver. He was trying to make his way in Formula One at the time as well. So it really was. It was seen as a way to prove your mettle, and we're kind of seeing a little bit of a renaissance of that link between F1 and sports car racing, because I think, in my view, Joe, we're seeing more, shall we say, current F1 drivers who are moving out of, if they may have lost their drive or whatever in F1, who are moving straight across to sports cars without a delay. You look at Antonio Giovinazzi would be one, Mick Schumacher, etc. There's Nick de Vries. They're all seeing sports cars as a very much a viable career option.
Well, yeah, when no options are available, the single-seater guys tend to look towards endurance racing. Dinah Binks is in the pits with the 988 that's arrived, as we thought, on a flatbed with damage to that rear corner, Di.
Yes, you're absolutely correct, Joe. It's just arrived back here now. They're just lifting it off the truck, and the team are having a look underneath just to see what they can see while it's in mid-air at the moment. But yeah, it looks like there could be a little bit of floor damage there from what I've just seen as they're putting it down onto the pit apron here. So the team are going to be taking that straight into the garage once it comes off that flat, that truck.
Yeah, so I think a little bit of a repair job, if indeed they choose to repair that car, I think a little bit of a repair job on that left rear hub. It looked as though it's got a bit of wear on it in perhaps places that you don't want. I might be being proved wrong here, but as Di said, that car about to be put onto the dolly jacks and swiveled round and pushed back into the garage for more of an inspection and potentially a repair. Got a mechanic going out there with a wheel nut to see if the hub is indeed okay. He'll run that wheel nut onto the hub, see if the threads have been damaged, see if the threads are still there. That's what we can see in his left hand there. That's a wheel nut with a big massive socket on it. So a bit of deliberation going on here. The mechanic wants to get on and repair the car. Team manager, it looks like, having a different opinion there. Let's see if the team manager that owns the car, maybe being offered to the rear hub. Seb doing his best to get in there and finding out if we are going to see that wheel nut drill up onto the threads. Looks a bit stiff, but probably got a little bit of thread damage. Looks like it's on there though, doesn't it? Now he's taking it off, and we might be okay. We might be okay to just plonk the wheel back on there. Very few threads on there to make it speedy. Again, it looks really stiff. That's a little bit worrying. That.
Well, yeah, let's have
go back to Di, shall we, Peter?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm still with the 988 while you're talking about it, and Will Langthorne, one of the drivers, is just here having a chat. We had a chat earlier, Will, didn't we? And you had a problem. Oh, yesterday I think it was, yesterday evening. Same issue?
I think at that point it was our second or third wheel to snap off, but this was our fifth. And there were 3 other teams, but we've each time been determined to fix it and keep going.
But it's a mystery that we're going to have to get to the bottom of. But aside from that, the team and the drivers have done a great job considering the challenge at hand, and the car's been handling well, so we keep pushing.
Someone's looking okay. So it's the rear left, isn't it?
For us, all 5 of the snaps were on the left rear. Yeah.
Really frustrating. The team are sort of still chatting. Other driver's still got his helmet on. Do you think there's any chance you'll get back out for these final ticking down minutes?
Well, our team has gotten pretty good at replacing these snaps, so it's a good chance they may even get it fixed for the finish.
Yeah, I can see the jump back end has obviously still got the dollies, the car on the dolly there waiting. I guess they're just double checking everything. They're just double checking everything.
Yeah, just double checking before heading back out. But I think we should be good.
Thanks, Will.
No consideration there whatsoever, Peter, to park the car.
No.
They are indeed striving to get that car back out on track.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Bro, that is, well, isn't that the true spirit of endurance? Could we have a late contender here for spirit of the race? I love the fact they've got RSR wheel guns, so they've been used before on a Porsche GTE or GTLM car, and they work on a Porsche Cup car. There you go. So that's pretty cool. But I don't like that facial expression there. That it's a shake of the head.
He's not happy with that, is it?
Grimace.
The wheel's not seated. It's not seating right.
No.
It's he's not happy with that. The mechanics
no, it's they're trying. I mean, to the mechanic here, trying everything he can with his 911 RSR wheel gun to try and get the wheel to sit on safely. And the thing is, Joe, this is something you can't, do a maybe fix. This has got to be 100% fixed.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't have your wheels falling off, and that's a concern for the team that they've lost a wheel. And he just wasn't happy with the way the wheel was seating. And if you've got bits of broken metal, bits of worn metal between the wheel and the hub, that's going to cause a problem. And you can tighten the wheel onto those bits of metal fragments, and then they'll wear away eventually, and the wheel will start working its way loose because it wasn't actually tight. So yeah, you could tell by the mechanic's face there, he wasn't happy with what he was finding there. So discretion being the better part of valor for many reasons. Being a typical racer, the discretion being about not damaging the car. The driver will be fine.
Yes. So they've got 47 minutes to get it fixed and get back out on circuit. You've got to admire the tenacity rather than just saying, "I'll just pack it up, that's fine." Nope, we're going to keep going as best as we can. Jonas Holmgaard for Holmgaard Motorsport at the wheel, at a team where they've had their fair share of issues. Their pace has been good, it's been really good, but just haven't quite had the reliability that they would have wanted. But of course, one of the big marquee races in the 24H series is the 24 Hours of Barcelona in Catalunya, and I'm sure there's been a huge amount of things learned from several teams up and down the pit lane heading into what is that season finale, where everything kind of comes together for that final crescendo of the season, Joe.
Yeah, that is what we are all aiming for, isn't it? And talking about crescendo, Peter, we're about 15 minutes or so away from our presentation of our Spirit of the Race Award. So my nomination was the Herbert team for going about this endurance race in a very clinical way and keeping to their programme. Currently 1-2 at the very front of this overall field. Your nomination was the Peugeot. Are you still sticking with that?
Yeah, I'm going with I'm going with democracy. I'm going with the fan love for the Peugeot.
I like it. And Nick's was the Bagheera team for learning from the experience of repairing that front suspension. Diana, I'll give you a chance to open your microphone. You've been down there in the thick of it and in behind the garage doors where all the drama is occurring. So we want an idea from you as to who you think is deserving of the Spirit of the Race Award for this year's 24 Hours of Portimao. So when you have had a think, open your mic and give us a shout, and we'll take your nomination. I
will go with Nick with the rear team, because every time I've gone up to chat to them, they've been so calm, you know, explaining what's going on, the changes they've had to make. It's knocked them back a bit, they've come back through, they've just carried on. So that would be my choice. There's so many different changes that we've had a number of challenges, but unfortunately, you know, some of them have not made it to the final hour, which is a shame.
Okay, thank you, Di. We'll get back to Diana Binks in the pit lane when we get to the presentation time. Peter Fry from the 24H Series organisation will be making that presentation, and we'll be heading back down there in about 15 minutes. If you've got anything before that, Di, don't hesitate to shout up. The action's all about what's on track now, though, Peter. I think pit stop time is done. All those scheduled pit stops are done and dusted. And if we do get any visitors to the pits, it's going to be in unfortunate circumstances, I'm afraid.
Very true. Yeah, so Diana will be there primed, ready, just in case. But for the sake of the teams and the drivers, we hope not. We hope it's a clean run. Now the Peugeot coming in because the previously damaged rear right bodywork is now flapping loose a little bit. And that is something they have repaired before. More and more cable ties being added to the back of that car to try and keep that bodywork at bay. They're still in 13th overall. They're pretty safe in that position at the moment with 43 minutes left on the clock. So might even be a little bit of a gaffer tape fix here, or whatever the French translation for that is, as the car comes into the team PRV garage, and Diana Binks is hot-footing her way down there to give us a report there.
I hope she's got a roll of gaffer tape in her hand, because there's just not enough gaffer tape on that rear bumper. They've been very liberal with their gaffer tape usage. Just not enough. Just get a big massive patch of it and clag it on there. It wouldn't have come apart at all. So I think Diana's almost there, and she'd be able to see if this could well just be a scheduled stop as well, of course, Peter.
It could be, yes.
I saw a driver get out. I'm just nearly there. I'm not there yet, but they are out fixing. They've got the gaffer tape in hand and doing the repairs, so they've had a driver change. He's in the car now.
Christian Gloss has just taken that car in, Diana.
Yeah, a fair amount. They're just pulling out as much of the debris areas that are not needed, and they've come back out with a new roll of gaffer tape to get that repaired as soon as possible. Let me just see who I mean, they've done quite an amazing bit of repairs to this car at the rear end here. Right rear. And now it's white gaffer tape, so they've obviously run out of the black that they had earlier.
Yeah, we
ties are being snipped off too, so they've decided
the cable ties didn't work at all, guys, I'm afraid.
No, they've gone for the Joe Bradley School of Repair here. Get rid of the cable ties, whack the gaffer tape on, and it's now a sort of zebra colour scheme there at the back with the black and white contrasting pattern. That is a true endurance car if we've ever seen it. Off they go, and mechanically, that car's run like a Swiss watch. They've just careful, Peter. Oh, I know. Sorry, that's.
Careful.
I realised when I said it. Whisper it. whisper it.
Yeah,
The
it's
point
run
is
well,
that
hasn't
it's
it?
It has run very well.
It's run really well. Yeah. And like I said, we'd like to have a few more of those Peugeot 3-Way Racing Cup cars. We didn't ever get to the bottom of the, or did we? I think there was a language barrier there that stopped us actually clarifying exactly what spec of car and how close it was to the overall TCR specification.
Quite far away from what I can understand from my research. Diana has more in the pits. Diana?
Yeah, I am with the 125. We were just chatting to Christian. He's just jumped out of the car. Obviously, we're in the final hour now. How was your stint before you handed over?
I guess you need to repeat. I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
No problem at all. You've just taken your earpiece out. That's what the boys say to me. They can tell me to, talk. How was your stint?
How, what? Oh, I'm sorry.
How was your time in the car on track before you handed it over?
My time? I'm the slowest of the team, but great. It was just great, a little bit hot, but that's part of the game. So very nice. Really a very good experience. The first 24 hours, 3 of my friends, we were in Barcelona 5 years ago with Creventic, and we didn't succeed. At 2 a.m. It was the end in a wall. So very happy, almost at the end. A great moment, great organization. Are you from Creventic?
I'm from the TV stream, yes.
Yeah, that's nice. Very good organization. We're very happy.
Well, it's great to be able to be here with your friends as well and, challenge yourself during the weekend.
It was a long trip because we are over 2,000 kilometers away in the northern of France. And with little trucks and trailers, and it was not that easy, but it was okay. And we had a lot of problems on the Wednesday, but we solved them, and the car works wonderful. So everything is perfect.
There's been a lot of interest in the car. It looks like it's a lot of fun. I have spoken to other members of the team who've said they're just loving the car.
It is a real great experience. Most of the sports cars are rear-wheel drive, have a lot of electronics. And this car doesn't have electronics, and it is easy to drive fast if you're a good driver, and it is easy for a medium settled driver like me to have a lot of fun. Okay, there are 4 seconds between the best of the team and me, but this is okay. He's 32, I'm 61, so this is okay.
But you're all having fun.
Yes, it was really great.
Now, you've got your helmet in your hand there. It looks like a very nice helmet. You're very proud of that?
Yes, it is my favorite color. This is a company I worked for over 30 years, so I'm proud to keep it, even if I'm not working anymore for this company.
But you've got them in your heart.
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed the weekend.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Well, the Peugeot team, they've had a good time. They've enjoyed themselves, and notice there on the top of the helmet design there, Leclerc, which is a French company that have been heavily involved in motorsport sponsorship. They actually sponsor Johan Bonato in rallying in the French Championship and the European Championship too. So yeah, you'll see their logo out and about there, and the mighty Peugeot. Do you know, actually, that Peugeot looks to me, Joe, like it lives in the middle of Paris. The front and rear bumper have been bump parked several times.
Yeah, it absolutely does. It wouldn't be out of place around the Champs-Élysées, would it? Looking like that with a bit of bodywork trailing. Brilliant stuff. Calm down. We just
That's
saw
the
the
fueling
station.
Oh, it's a very sparse fueling station. Normally the fueling station is quite obvious, but that just looked like the Herbert car was coming back to the paddock, which would be bad in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. But coming in just for a splash of fuel, they're not wanting to take any chances whatsoever, are the Herbert team. That was Max Moritz who brought the car in. I don't believe there's been a driver change. But, oh, sorry, apologies Herbert fans, that got my heart going a little bit.
Yeah, bit of premature consternation there from the Mackay. The leader is in the fuel station, just getting a top up to take it through to the flag, which is only 36 minutes away. And we are indeed 6 minutes away from the Spirit of the Race Award. So we are paging Peter Fry.
I bet you he has an actual pager too. He's a very busy man. He's a man who must have at least 2 mobile phones, maybe even 3 mobile phones.
7, I think.
7 mobile phones, all doing different things, juggling around. Do you think he gets any sleep in these races?
I don't believe he does.
He's a busy man. Peter Fry, of course, the boss, running operations here for these races all around Europe. And indeed all around the world. Of course, the series travels as far as Dubai and Abu Dhabi, even to Kuwait as well. But here in Portimao, it's been a stalwart of the championship since 2017. Took a year off last year, but back again this year by popular demand. Tell you what, a supermarket petrol pump, it takes a while to fill up a 911 GT3R.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he only needs 36. And remember, just to remind everybody, that those pumping stations are pumping fuel into those cars at exactly the same fuel rate as what you do with your car at home in your local service station or supermarket. It's not high pressure refueling like you see in other series. It's not massive churns that are filling these cars. It's basically pump fuel. Fuel being pumped in exactly the same way, so that's why it takes so long.
So 33 minutes left on the clock, and Herbert Porsche back out again. It's Max Moritz who came in, took fuel, and back going again in that Fat Turbo liveried car. Fat Turbo colours, of course, adorned on the winner of the 1994 24 Hours of Le Mans with the Dower 962, Porsche 962 converted to a road car and then back again into a racing car, and quite a successful run for Yannick Dalmas, Hurley Haywood and Mauro Baldi. Were you there that year, Joe?
Where was that, sorry?
Started by then, 1994, the Dower year. Were you there in Le Mans that year?
No, mate, no, I was not. 96 was my first year as a production assistant at Radio Le Mans.
So it's a very iconic colour scheme now, and has been brought back to life by a member of the family, actually, Ferdi Porsche, who is because previously it was a logistics company, and they've brought it back to life. It's kind of, you could call it an events and lifestyle brand. There's merchandising with the colours on it, but also fantastic events where many cars from the Porsche Museum are brought out to events on the Zellamsee ice racing in Austria in January, and also they've got an event in Aspen too. So Ferdi Porsche, grandson of Ferry, son of Wolfgang, really keeping the family heritage going. They do several events. They actually open the Grossglockner Pass in Austria every year with some very cool cars pulled out of the Porsche Museum. And I guess if you're from the family, you can pull whatever you like out the old toy box, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get something out of the and revive it. And there's only people of a certain age that will, of course, remember that Dower Porsche, but it certainly inspires sort of memories. And in fairness, anything with red and white stripes, Peter, is going to be a great look.
I thought you'd like it.
I am alluding to my football team, of course, but no, that is a really fresh look to the Herbert car. I mean, we've seen the car run usually in quite a plain livery. In fairness, that livery makes that car look absolutely fabulous. The rear flanks, the side rear quarters on that car, the red and white stripes of that just really set it off. Mega job by all at Herbert.
It's fantastic, and it's really, really fantastic. Of course, those colours also adorning the Proton competition car in the World Endurance Championship, the Porsche 963. So Fat Turbo and the Porsche family providing quite a bit of support and lending those colours to several teams. We'll see that car out at the Nürburgring 24 hours in 3 weeks' time. Robert Renauer and Vincent Kolb will be there as part of the team alongside two of Porsche's very best, Dennis Olsen and Matt Campbell. It's going to be great to see how they get on into the final half hour then of this 24 hours of Portimao. As we come up towards 11:30 local time, we have our Spirit of the Race winner decided, and we will announce that shortly once we get down to the appropriate garage to make the presentation. And you'll just have to keep tuned in and find out who has won that prize for channeling the true spirit of endurance.
Yeah, it's all a bit, the tension is building, isn't it? I'll tell you what other tension is building, Peter. We are about 3 laps away from matching our distance record here at the Portimao 24.
That's quite an achievement, isn't it? Brilliant stuff from all the drivers, teams, to be able to run so cleanly and so smoothly to avoid those code 60, because it's all about green flag running, of course, to hit that distance record. And talking about green flag running, Tracy Crone and the 907 crew, they were down but never ever out. They had an over 20-minute repair to replace a damaged radiator in an incident very early on in the race. Then they had a problem with the brakes, on the front axle, and the top 2 gears being lost temporarily. So they've had everything thrown at them, RPM Racing, and yet they're in 9th overall and top of their class. That's quite an effort.
Peter, did you mention what the FA Turbo stands for?
No.
Well, no. Paul Trussell, whose job, I suppose you could say, is done here, because the car has now got to run to the flag, the 909. He's the strategist for Red Camel Jordans, and previously he would be sat right next to us, wouldn't he, as one of our commentators with RSL. He's telling us that the FA, in what we express as Fat Turbo, the FA stands for France Allemagne.
Funny enough, my dad used to play in a golf tour every year, which they had shirts made up which said FAT on them, which made, well, obviously spells something different, fat as in overweight, but the FAT actually stood for Fresh Air Trophy, i.e. their shots. There were quite a few fresh air shots, which is a golfing term for when you miss the ball. So it can mean lots of things, FAT. Don't write in with your suggestions, please, of what it could be. But it's great to see it revived again. In fact, Ferdi Porsche drove at the Porsche Rennsport reunion back in October in a 911 RSR 17 owned by PJ Hyatt of AO Racing, with the FAT colours on there. And I tell you what, when we go to the Nürburgring in a few weeks, Joe, there might be some merch on sale. I think I might have to just raid the gift shop.
You're going to have to, aren't you? You're going to have to.
Thanks, Stella.
You're an anorak like me.
Oh, we're going to have our anoraks fully on when we go into the Tank Stella. Is it books, model cars? What's your
I'm a big book fiend, and I'm also a big T-shirt fiend. I tell you what, with just under 27 minutes to go, we have not mentioned or given you a free advert for your book. When is it making an appearance then? When is it going to be available? Is it getting towards publishing? What's the state of play?
It's a good question. The book is written and nearly ready to go, hoping for publishing in late 2024. A book on the Porsche RS Spider, a very special A very special machine indeed, which has been driven at this circuit. Why? Well, you'll have to buy the book and find out.
That's yeah. I'm surprised we haven't mentioned that before now, at least.
Or tune in to, when it does come out, tune in to Historic Racing News, where we'll discuss it at length, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly when it comes out, we'll be throwing it away.
We'll sit round the table and discuss it, book club style.
Well, far be it from me to critique it. I'm looking forward to seeing it and actually reading it. And I actually just missed out on the Porsche Spider era of the American Le Mans series. Is when I stood down from that, and but it was still, I did see the car at Le Mans at least a couple of times, wasn't it, a bit?
Yes, 2008. Yeah, twice, 2008 and 2009, where it won on both occasions. Yeah.
Yeah, I was there for that. Yeah.
In 2009 with a driver in Christian Poulsen, who we saw out at Mugello this season in the 24H series, and in 2008 it was Van Merck's team with Jeroen Bleekemolen at the wheel, who of course has quite a lot of experience in this championship, and a certain Jos Verstappen too, who was absolutely mind-blowing in that car.
Wow, you know what? I forgot that little bit.
Yeah, he was pretty special in qualifying, particularly where he just, I don't know if it was his F1 experience where he could just trust the aero. It had an immense amount of aerodynamic performance. So yeah, I think that was where it came from. Joe, your gaffer tape solution has failed on the Peugeot.
Well, there's not enough.
No.
There's just not enough gaffer tape. It's too liberal. There's too liberal a use of gaffer tape there. You really need to swamp that whole. In fairness, that does look like a textured plastic, doesn't it? The rear bumper. So it's not like a smooth plastic where the gaffer tape will probably, sit better. But this, just look at how little edge of the tape there is from the fold and from the brake. So that surely they're going to continue plodding around with that car with the rear bumper flapping, aren't they?
They will. Well, while the Peugeot marches on with a little bit of flapping bodywork, it's time to announce our Spirit of the Race Award for the car, team or other party who have channeled the true spirit of endurance. Diana Binks, who has got our Spirit of the Race Award?
Well, the Spirit of the Race Award this event goes to the Bulgaria team, the 416 team, who've worked incredibly hard all weekend, facing a number of challenges right from the very start of the race, really. And every time we've come to talk to them, they've been incredibly calm, and the team have very much come into play and fixed anything that needed to happen and made the time back up again on track. So they are very happy. Let me find the team owner and the team so we can give them this Spirit of the Race Award. Bear with me, Seb, I'll come out. Gentlemen.
Big boss.
We are nominating you for the Spirit of the Race Award, so I need to take you all out into the garage. Here we go. Sorry about that slight delay. Peter Fry from the 24-hour series. We want to award you the Spirit of the Race Award that we give to the team that have really contributed the whole weekend against all the challenges that you've had. You've worked incredibly hard. Peter has the trophy for you, so on behalf of the 24-hour series.
Congratulations, you won the Spirit of the Race Award. But when I say you, I mean the whole team, because the whole team is part of all the efforts they made.
Everybody worked really incredibly. It was so hard, and we faced so many obstacles, but hopefully we managed. And thank you for a great series.
Thanks very much, Peter. Peter handing over the award there. So you enjoy that with the rest of the team. Will it mean something to them for that because of all the hard work?
It really does. The guys are really working hard, and our team is racing so many championships. So they are barely at home, but they're handling all the jobs really good, really well.
Thank you so much, and thanks for being so great to work with, to everyone here.
Thank you, guys.
Fantastic stuff. Great job for the Bagheera team, and I think it's a great point, Joe. Bagheera are such a diverse team. They race in truck racing, Dakar, buggies, off-road stuff, and here in the 24H series. And it's a good point, the life of a race team, it can be a lonely one sometimes, and a lot of time spent away from home. Great to see a bit of recognition there for the Bagheera squad and their great work, which has truly won them this race.
Well, yeah, I mean, we always applaud the drivers, don't we? They're the superstars in motorsport, and we kind of fixate on the characters behind the wheel. But you know what? Endurance racing, perhaps none more so. Any type of racing, you know, my phrase of the soap opera behind the garage door is quite apt, and there's quite a dynamic going on behind every garage door, behind every race car that you see on the track, whether it's a 10-lap sprint or a 24-hour race like this. There is the time and effort and energy that goes in from every member of the team is phenomenal, is absolutely phenomenal, and none more so than perhaps at a 24-hour endurance race, where it's all about how that team and all those personalities meld together, and the team dynamic that makes it work. If you have a fractious dynamic, then the team's never really going to achieve anything. You've got to be watching each other's backs. You've got to be looking after each other. And if somebody's beginning to flag in the team in the small hours, you know, we see people being falling asleep on makeshift beds and stuff, and then being surrounded or having things tied to them or something. Well, that's all part of the banter, isn't it? And all part of that team melding together and putting that effort and time and energy into putting these cars on the track. But we'll no doubt in 20 minutes or so be shining the light and giving the accolade to the drivers of these cars. But behind the drivers of these cars up on that podium, they are representatives of that team effort that goes into doing this.
So, and that great work from Bagheera ZM Racing has put them in the lead, in a strong lead in the GT4 class. Without those quick repairs from the crew, they would not be in the lead of this race. So a fantastic effort, and young Aliyah Kolic, she is at the wheel right now, taking the car to the checkered flag. Your class leaders then, GT3 led by Herberth Motorsport, leading the race overall, of course, in their number 92. 992 is led in 4th overall by Yannick Redon and Redon Racing, who have been absolutely flawless all race long. While others have had little technical difficulties and mistakes, they have had nothing of the sort. It's been a metronomic performance from that squad. In TCE, well, in a class of their own, it's the mighty Peugeot, the 308 Racing Cup Peugeot, brought here by the wonderful PRV team. 13th overall among some seriously exotic machinery. And in GTX, the Vortex 2.0, which has shown some fantastic pace in that new upgraded 2.0 chassis, a completely different car to the previous Vortex, and working very, very well. But with 17 minutes to go, Herberth Motorsport watching their 92 car clicking off those laps. It'll be, what do we think, Joe? 10 laps to go? Quick mathematics.
Hard to judge. We have beaten the record though. 734 laps completed. The second place cars equalled the records of 731 laps, and we'll continue to expand on that. So the record has been broken for distance, and now that 17 minutes, Peter, and the amount of laps that you've projected there, that's just going to add more strength to this record going forward. It's going to be a very, very difficult one to beat, as we've had, let me just check on the stats for, we've had 54 minutes of code 60. 54 minutes, so that's not even an hour of code 60s. 7 code 60s equating to 54 minutes of running there. So that's going to be a tricky one to beat, I think, going forward in history.
That is, yeah, that is going to be very difficult to top. That might be a record, as you say, Joe, that stands for a long time. And I think it's testament also to the performance of Herberth Motorsport, because they've not just got one car doing that kind of distance, they've got two. Their 91 car, which is winning its class right now in GT3 AM, just 3 laps behind, and the Santalok car a further 12 laps behind. So it really has been a record for not just the way the race has gone, but from Herbert Motorsport, the way that they've just avoided unnecessary delays. And it didn't work out perfectly, though, to begin with. If we cast our mind back to the first hour, there was a puncture in that first hour, which really put them on the back foot early on.
No, absolutely. And you know, it's all about getting the car. Just again, it's about sticking to your plan. You know, you've got the pace. And if you, all right, fundamentally and primarily, you need the pace. You need to have a fast car. You need to have fast drivers. Once you've got that in place, then it's all about how you strategize and how you use the Code 60s. There's been very little opportunity to use the Code 60s, though, in fairness. And it's all been about, I think, at this stage, into the last 15 minutes, it has been a race that has relied on pace rather than strategists working their way through and getting you back into the front of the field. It's been basically those two Porsches have been the class of the field.
They have, yes. The 992 GT3R was introduced last year and didn't immediately come out the blocks with immediate success. Like any new package, it takes time to develop it, takes time to iron out little bits and pieces of issues here and there. But in this season, they really appear to be getting on top of that 992 GT3R. A win at Bathurst in the Bathurst 12-hour a few months ago, which is a race you do not win by accident, to say the least. All the big enduros coming up, of course. The Nürburgring 24 hours is a few weeks away, and of course the first ever Le Mans 24 hours with GT3 cars in the race, which is something that's going to be really interesting to watch. And of course, it's been a dominant start to the World Endurance Championship for Porsche in that new GT3 era, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of deliberation. I mean, it was sad to see us losing GTE. GTE cars they sounded so great, didn't they? I mean, the mid-engine 911 was one of the best sounding race cars you'll ever hear. However, it makes a lot of sense that the health of the GT3 formula, the health of the specification across the globe is massive. And you know, it's all about manufacturer participation at Le Mans, isn't it? And what a way of getting the manufacturers involved by bringing their production-based models, obviously, you know, creating race cars out of a production-based model. But it made, for me, I think it made a lot of sense. And we're going to have it's kind of a healthy period, perhaps a halcyon period, a halcyon era of sports car racing throughout those categories that we will see.
It will be. I think we're right in the heart of it, and of course that spreads all the way through the sports car category. And Herbert Motorsport, certainly the dominant force here in the 24H series here at Portimao. Certainly this weekend, they've been run hard by the Santalok team. Pierre Caffer in for this final portion of the race, and you can be absolutely certain that driver lineup will be back, whether it be with Santalok or another Audi team. They've been real stalwarts of this championship too. And a podium on, I mean, the race hasn't gone perfectly for Santalok. They've had a few transmission issues, gearbox issues, etc. But even with those, still an overall podium, looking like they're going to get home with that third place finish.
You know what, there's something, they're probably going to be disappointed with being 12 laps off the first of the Herbert cars. They're probably going to be disappointed insofar as they didn't get in amongst the Herbert cars and split them. They knew the task it was going to be a big ask, beating that team, beating those Porsches. and you could say that they were possibly relying upon attrition becoming a factor. But yeah, I mean, they're a team of drivers new to the Sonderlock Junior team. That deal has obviously just come together for this race, usually running with Phoenix and the Shira Sport team in lately. And people like Pia Kaffer, third place is the second loser, I think, when you get to that stage. They'll be, I'd like to think they'll be happy enough to be on that third step of the podium. But if you were to ask them that on Friday afternoon after qualifying, and where will you be happy with, I'm pretty sure they would want to be at the front of this field. However, after all we've had, after all the drama and intrigue we've had in the last 24 hours or so, then they'll be relatively-ish happy, but not as happy as they would have been on the top step.
No, very, very true. So, 10 minutes left on the clock then, after 23 hours and 50 minutes of racing here. Number 902, Holmgard Motorsport Porsche, with the Sonact branding on the side, running in 7th overall. A great overall run if they can get home with that 7th place after several issues to contend with. They will come home 4th in class, and the thing is, if you're in 992, Joe, that's a testament to just how the depth of field they've got and the competitiveness, because you're 7th overall in the race, you think, oh great, we're going to have a great class result. Not even on the class podium if you're 7th overall in 992.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is one of my favourite classes. I'm really looking forward to that special event that's coming in the first weekend of September at Spa, of all places. We've got a 992 only special event being run by Creventic. I'm pretty sure there's more information coming forward for that event, but yeah, it's always arguably one of the most, if not the most competitive class with regards to numbers and competitiveness from all of the teams involved. And when you look, yes, it's not that close at the front, but the two Red Ant cars, again, class of the field. Full credit to Red Camel Jordan for being there and pushing those two Red Ant cars. I know there's several laps in between these leading 992 class cars, but with a 6.5 kilometre track, 5 laps can disappear in the blink of an eye, metaphorically and quite literally. And so, yeah, 992, one of my favourites. It's been an intriguing race. It's been knife edge, hasn't it? Yes, like I say, they've been spaced out, but those gaps can change. And full credit to the 903 squad, the Red Ant car. Yannick Redon will get the job of bringing that car to the flag, but full credit to everybody involved in the 903. Ayrton Redon, Kobe de Bruyker and Lucas van Eindhoven did a fantastic job. All semi-pros in that 903 car. And then the sister car, Brent Verheyen, Peter Gulnix, Michael Haverens and Chris Cools. They've done a cracking job, and to come second, it'll be a big party in Belgium tonight, won't it? Or maybe they'll stay in Portugal for that.
It will, and you'd hope there will be at Herberth, but they may have an issue here. Our race leader was a 2:11 on the previous lap and had just been overtaken comfortably by one of the 992 cars, so that we may have an issue here for our race leader, Herberth Porsche, with 7 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. 2 minutes 11 last time by. For context, that's 15 seconds or more off the pace, so there's something not right at the wheel of this race leading 92 Herberth Porsche. They only have a 2-lap gap back to their sister car, number 91. So the 91, and it looks like the tyre's coming off the rim. It's the rear left tire, is it? Oh, I think
no, that looks like it's got air in it. We've got things chunking. It might be it's gone past the pits, Peter. It hasn't pulled into the pits. 6 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, and that number 92 Porsche is slowing considerably. We've got cars behind it that are reeling it in. He turns very slowly through the first turn kink, into turn 2's kink, and then into the hairpin. And just look at that. That's the red camel car coming up behind it at speed.
Yep, so there's a huge issue here. Last time by it was a 2:09, so a couple of seconds quicker, but still, 15 seconds off the pace. Last time by, the chasing sister car, the 91 of Scott Noble, took 20 seconds there. Now, there is still two laps, so it would need Herbert Motorsport number 92, the leading car, to have to come in to change a tyre to give the sister car any chance. But we could see potentially here, if that problem gets worse, whatever it is, we believe it's on the rear left of the car. The team are getting ready, they've got a car ready, and Joe, they've looked at that rear left so closely on both Herbert cars at the last handful of pit stops. And is this going to be a heartbreaker at the very last moment in this 24-hour race? Surely not.
Well, the time-wise, it's 2 laps on track, but time-wise, it's last time by, it was 5 minutes and 4 seconds. We've got 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Oh.
It's going to be another. Now, we took 20 seconds out of that 5 minutes and what was nearly 5 minutes, 30 seconds. So 5 minutes and 4 seconds. The clock continues to tick to the checkered flag. We've got the team coming out onto the pit apron with tyres and the like. Whether it's a tyre or a suspension problem is hard to judge from what we can see, Peter.
So the car is absolutely nowhere near the speed, now about to be overtaken by a GT4 car, the GSR Motorsport machine, and the Peugeot. The Peugeot is about to overtake the race leader, so here comes the Peugeot coming past, of course, several laps down, of course. Don't get
That's
too
how
excited
slow
on
the
that
Porsche is going, of course.
But exactly, so I mean, best lap time of the Peugeot in this race, so its optimum pace is a 1:58. The Porsche, the Herbert car, is a 1:43, so they should be 15 seconds a lap apart. They are not. 2 minutes 14 last time by for Max Moritz in that race leading Herbert Porsche, so there's now 26 seconds of difference
Right, Peter,
between...
listen to this. 4 minutes and 41, 4 minutes on the clock. If the 92 can continue circulating this track at that pace, it is going to hang out and take the checkered flag first. There isn't enough time for Scott Noble in the 91 to catch the leading car. But the question is, the 92, can the 92 get around to the flag at this pace? If he slows any further, then it's going to be very, very touch and go. So the gap down to 4 minutes and 44. At the time that car crossed the line, there was 4 minutes on the clock. That clock continues to tick. We're inside of 3.5 minutes now.
Oh, just when you think the order is sorted out, endurance racing has its way. Think back to 2016 Le Mans with the Toyota team grinding to a halt on the final lap. You look at WRT in the LMP2 class in 2021, grinding to a halt on the final lap. Is the same fate going to hit the Herbert team? Can they keep this car moving? Can they keep it going to the flag? They do have a bit of a gap back. Scott Noble in the sister car in second is going as quickly as he possibly can, and is taking, well, last time by, get this, he took 26 seconds out of the Herbert number 92. So as you rightly say, Joe, at this pace, at this burn rate, they will be fine, but they just have to keep that car rolling. 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Now, in Creventic racing, you don't have to take the checkered flag, but it depends how many laps their sister car, the number 91, can elapse. In fact, I don't believe it. The number 91 sister car is slowing down. Oh my word! Now that is beyond sportsmanship.
That is incredible. So the thing is, if Scott Noble had overtaken Max Moritz, he would still be a lap down. He would still not be on the lead lap. So with 1 lap to go, like you've just said, you don't have to be a finisher. You don't have to take the checkered flag to be classified at the front. The checkered flag would come out at Scott Noble, who would be a lap down, and there'd be more laps completed by the 92. However, there is no need for that, because all 3 of the GT3 runners are now in formation for the last minute and a bit.
Wow, so
the Pierre Caffer has slotted in behind the Scott Noble 91 Herbert car. So those 3 overall leaders are going to finish in race. This is going to be the slowest lap to finish a race that I've ever seen.
And they're also, because the gaps, you know, Pierre Caffer, you think, why is he not overtaking? Well, there's no point, because he can't recover those amount of laps. There's not enough time left. So the Herbert Porsche is going to limp home. We see this at Le Mans occasionally. We see it when we've seen it with the Audis 1, 2 and 3 at Le Mans coming over the line at a walking pace. We saw it, of course, with the Fords in the 1960s. The leader is now on their last lap. We're getting confirmation on the timing screen. The Herbert team are making their way to the pit wall to greet the number 92 car. Wow, what a bizarre end to this race. The Everest GT car, the 988, which had that wheel hub problem, they've got back out. They said, we're not waiting for you, we want to get some more track time in. They're off, 12 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be the last lap then of the 6th edition of the 24 Hours of Portimao. One of the most bizarre finishes to a motor race you will see, and it's going to be a 1-2 finish for Herbert, and it's going to be a 1-2 finish for Redan as well in the 992 class. Around the final corner they come. Whatever that issue was, we will find out. The checkered flag waves then. It's just about Portimao perfection for Herbert Motorsport. 1 and 2 for the Porsche squad.
Incredible, incredible. What a photo finish that's going to make. Flashing lights. The 92 takes a very tense victory indeed. Drama all the way to the very end in true endurance racing and 24H series style, isn't it? Max Moritz, the driver at the wheel of the 92, acknowledges the checkered flag, but in team formation is both the sister car, the 91 that finishes in second, and Pierre Caffer joined in the Sonderlock Junior team. That was 12 laps down from second place. That car finishes third. Behind them, Peter, did I see the 992 class runners as well joining in with that slow motion finish?
Yes, you did. Let's get down to Diana Binks then, who is with the victorious Herbert team. Diana.
Thanks very much. Yes, I am. They've just all come out onto the pit wall. Ralph, what a finish that was. A 1-2 for you guys, but that must have been a heart-stopping moment.
Well, we never saw such slow cars in the last laps. Due to some technical issues, we slowed down and tried to bring the cars over the line, and now this is a happy moment, yeah.
Well, I'll let you go and celebrate with the guys. We'll obviously catch up with you down there on the podium, but Robert's here and the other guys are here as well. That was an interesting end to that race. It was a bit of nervous moments in the end.
Yeah, sure. We had some issues with the car for the last stint, so we told Max he should just bring it home. He should reduce the speed lap by lap. So yeah, it was critical, but in the end we made it. Sorry for the bad end in the race, but we couldn't avoid it.
Was it a tyre issue in the end that was the problem?
No, we had some noises coming from the back, so we don't know if it was the drive shaft or something in the rear suspension or the gearbox. So we said to him, we have a good gap to the second car, to our sister car. We just wanted to bring it home, and yeah, he did it really good for his first race.
Really strong, solid weekend for all of you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic weekend for us, fantastic race. Until the last 1 hour there we had some problems with tire puncture and all the shit, but before it was fantastic.
Thanks very much.
So apologies there for a little bit of fruity language, but you can understand when it's very much an exciting moment. The adrenaline is running through, even for someone as calm as Robert Renner. So a potential, well, an unknown issue, Joe, that they just simply had to limp home. It could have been anything, drive shaft, gearbox, etc. Wow.
Yeah, that's those noises I was talking about, Peter, those noises that you are hearing as a driver, and that's really heads-up driver from by Max Moritz to have reported that to the team, and then the team taking an advisory on that and just, you know, easing the car home in delicate style, wasn't it? He backed right off, and certainly the tension was mounting. If it had been another team's car, that was only 2 laps in arrears of that. I'm not sure what we would have seen, but the Herbert team as a whole, they had that locked in, didn't they? With their other team car in second, they were able to bring the cars home in formation order. And what a sight that is! That Fat Turbo Express livery on that car, looking absolutely fantastic. And people as old enough as Peter Mackay and I, that's taken us back a few years.
It is. It's a proper throwback, and a 1-2 for Herbert. I mean, they've had many great days in the 24H series. Joe, you know the series better than almost anybody. Is this their greatest day in the team's history?
They've had a few great days, haven't they? It's right up there. I've seen them being as dominant as we've seen today. No doubt about it. It's not uncommon for the Herbert team to dominate a 24-hour race, and it's that. I mean, that's quite an achievement in itself, isn't it? You don't necessarily dominate long-distance races, but we've said this so many times before. The Herbert way of going 24-hour racing, they've proved so many times where they just get on with what they're doing. They don't get dragged into anything, and they just continue and keep with the program. And it bears fruit, and they've been very, very hard to beat. And this one, I've got to say, you know what, dare I say it, this one has not necessarily been one on the pit wall, because those cars have been very, very quick, as well as being well managed. So full credit to all of the drivers in both of those cars' lineups. And Max Moritz, I'm intrigued if that's his real name, or indeed if that's a pseudonym hiding behind that early 1900s comic book that we spoke about. But that was a fabulous drive by Max, and for him to realise that noise shouldn't be there, I'm sure Dai's going to get a word with him and find out what's behind that noise. What exactly was he thinking? What exactly was he hearing? If Dai's down there, we're going to be very soon, Peter, heading up to our podium presentation, where it'll be Nick Damon who'll be taking us through it. But I think, is Dai in Parc Fermé still?
Perfect.
Yes, I am. Just bear with me, because I wanted to just make sure we get everyone down here. Scott, I've got Scott Noble, who came in second in the number 91 Herbert. Scott, congratulations for that second place position, but what a finish for you guys.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. First time for us coming to Europe here, for Jason Hart and myself, and got a heck of a team with Ralph and with Ian, so I'm just so excited to have a great team, and the course was so demanding physically and technically. Such a joy for me, and I learned a lot, so it's what a joy. We walk away with an AM win and a P2 overall. Couldn't be more happy, and thank you to Portugal for just being great hosts, and thank you to Creventic as well.
What's the biggest thing that you've learned this weekend?
How to pace your stamina, because I'm used to sprinting. I raced Carrera Cup, and if I tried that pace all the time, I wasn't going to last very long, so that was the biggest thing. And then also different brake pressure, where it wasn't always on or always off. You're almost always turning in this course the whole time, so it makes it very difficult, very challenging, and I thought we adjusted pretty well to it, so a lot of fun.
There was an awful lot of things going on for an awful lot of different teams and stuff, but with endurance, as we know, you just have to keep pushing and finding the way to get through that.
Yeah, we certainly do. We had a right rear problem toward the end there with about 30 minutes left, and we had to pit twice extra and finally replace the tire because we had a puncture, and that's part of racing. I guess everybody has those type of breaks. It was kind of fun for everybody to be really good sports at the end and kind of line up and bring it home for everybody, because no position was going to change. So pretty class act.
Well done. Enjoy the celebration.
Thank you.
Yeah, class act is a good way to put it, bringing those two Herbert cars home. And the thing is as well, Joe, we're not talking about a works team here where the drivers are works contracted and they do as they're told. The drivers are here all kind of for their team, but also for their own achievements as well. They all make their own sort of contribution in various ways to the team. So it does take some real genuine sportsmanship to pull off something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, been involved in teams that have run amateur drivers, and you basically sit them down at the beginning of the weekend and you tell them, do you want to go round and round and have a bit of fun on your weekend off, or do you want to be competitive? Because there is a slight difference. And, you know, and invariably the answer will always be, we want to optimize our competitiveness. So they will leave it to the race engineers to tell them, you know, where they need to be. They will, you know, cycling through drivers. We see that none more so in that Sonderloch junior team this weekend. Michael Doppelmayr is the AM driver in that car. And we've seen many times how Doppelmayr allows himself to be used strategically. Yes, he's still part of that team. Yes, he's still contributing massively to that team. But they will use that AM driver strategically and will give him the time in the car when it suits, and you know, giving the car the best performance overall over a race distance. So invariably, yes, they are amateur drivers. However, they are fiercely competitive individuals, aren't they?
They are. Well, Diana's got more of some very happy drivers down there in Parc Fermé. Di, who have you got?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, we're still down here waiting for everyone just to go upstairs to the podium. Sven, third place today for you guys. What does that mean?
Well, I would say the Porsches were not beatable this weekend. I think we were the best of the rest, so to say. We had a good weekend. At the end, we had a bit of a problem with the clutch, but we were able to manage and bring the car home.
It was a pretty, you know, challenging weekend, and we seemed to go through a phase where lots of teams were having a number of challenges, but everyone just had to dig deep at that point.
We have our master of disaster is Pierre, you know him, and he's giving clear orders what to do and what not. So our strategy is stay away from all critical situations, don't risk too much, and normally it pays off. And this weekend it was good, but there was no more in it for us.
How would you describe this circuit for a race?
I would say this is the circuit as such is the Portuguese roller coaster, I would say. I love that track. It's a very technical track. Once you understood the layout and how you have to deal with it, it's really fantastic. But yeah, it takes a while. So it's very good that we have a 24-hour race here where you get like 100, 200 laps to really practice, and at the end you get faster and faster. So it's wonderful. So we're looking forward to come back here.
Great stuff. Many congratulations and good to see you.
Yeah, fairly consistent comments coming out of the Santalok team that they couldn't quite match the pace of the mighty Herberth Porsches, confirming then with a 2-lap gap in the end between the 92 car and the 91. But it's a win for that second place overall car for Herberth Motorsport in the AM class as well. Santalok Junior team round out your podium, and then a 1-2 in 992 for Red Ant Racing. What a day for them. Red Camel Jordans get their season back on track with a podium in class, and then it's Homeguard Motorsport and Orchid Racing Team rounding out the top 8. In 9th position in this 24 Hours of Portimao and winners in the 992 AM class, RPM Racing. What a recovery from them. And your GT4 winner, Bagheera ZM Racing, overall top 10 for them, and the Spirit of the Race award to boot. W Autosport, the French squad, they really had some heart. They were leading that GT4 category. Unfortunately, a fuel pump issue cost them victory, but still a very strong run nonetheless. Seb Lejeune Racing by Duo were 12th overall. Then the mighty Peugeot, the little 308 Racing Cup, 13th overall for the PRV team. Fantastic from them. GSR Motorsport, well, if we see them back with their Ginetta, they're a force to be reckoned with. A seriously quick outfit. The Vortex came home in 15th, and then MRS GT Racing 16th after a little bit of a delay towards the end of the race with a lost wheel. And then a few cars not making it to the flag, sadly. E2P Racing, Orchid Racing Team, Hoffer Racing, Grove Racing, HRT Performance, and Lion Speed GP. So there were many highlights in this 24 Hours of Portimao. Certainly one of which, that finale, but we weren't expecting that. Let's take a look through the highlights then of what happened here in this 24-hour race. So Nick Damon is primed, ready to host the podium ceremonies. We've got several classes to award trophies to, including, of course, our overall winner. And the bubbly is prepared. And we'll hand over to Nick Damon in just a moment. You can see him just beside the podium, primed with the microphone and getting everyone ready to come up and celebrate a day-long race without interruption. There'll be a few tired faces around there, and we'll have all of the festivities for you here on our live stream. We'll be saying goodbye on RS3 very shortly. For our audio listeners, thank you very much to you when we hand over to our podium finishers. So if you're listening on RS3, thank you very much. And if you'd like to follow the podium ceremonies, switch over to our live stream on YouTube with the 24H series. But for now, it's down to our very own Nick Damon.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, it's now time for the podium presentation for the 6th Hankook 24 Hours of Portimao in 2024. And we start with the overall result. And in third place, the number 18 Sandlock Junior team of Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart, Sven Ehrberger and Philippe Châtelet. In second place, it's the 91 Herberth Motorsport car of Scott Noble, Ralph Bond, Jason Hart and Ian Loggy. And your winner of the 24 Hours of Portimao 2024 is the 92 Herberth Motorsport car of Max Moritz, Vincent Kolb, Felix Neuhofer, Robert Renauer and Ralph Bond. And now for the national anthem of the winning entrant. Congratulations. And
this program is a rate.
First for off the pace finisher, the Santalock Junior team. It's David and Caden. Caden Lim and David Vine doing the presenter. And now, hang on boys, wait a second. Ooh. And now for our second place finishers, that's the 91 Herberth Motorsport team. Everyone's getting very primed here. And now our overall winners, which is the 92 Herberth. And not only that, they will also receive and we also have, before you get going, guys, we have the presentation for the winner in the GT3 AM class which is the 91 Herworth Motorsport. So more, how you get these on the plane, I've no idea. Good idea. So there's more trophies for Herworth. Both sides, you've all won. They've done these. And here come the very big... No, hang on a second. We're behind. We're going to need some more prompt trophy presentations. So bounce it up a bit, boys. And now it's time for the very large trophies. These are massive. There's no chance to get them on hand luggage. You've got to drive them home again. Massive trophy for the Pro. Massive trophy for the Am. The Pro-Am. Congratulations. Okay. You now have all your trophies. It's time for the champagne! Or Spartan. You can all gather together, guys, on the podium again. Now you've thoroughly dampened each other. Thank you. Don't go too far. Okay. 1, 2. One, two. Hello. No. One. Test. No, we need it on. Test. Hello. Ah, we're back. Okay, so the next presentation is for the GT3 Pro-Am. And in third place, the number 90 E2P racing car of Pablo Beguero, Antonio Cenero, and Alvaro Parent. In second place, the number 18 Santlock Junior team. It's Michael Doppelmayr, it's Pierre Caffer, it's Elia Earhart, it's Sven Ehrberger, and Philippe Châtelet. And your winners, it's the 92 Herworth car. Max Moritz, Vincent Kolb, Felix Neuhofer, Robert Renauer, and Ralph Bond. And to present the trophies, once again, we have Caden Lim from Hankook and David Vine from Creventic. More trophies. This is for our second place finishers, Santalok Racing. Santalok Junior, sorry, junior team, yes. Good point. And our winners, Herbert, the number 92. Thank you. Gentlemen, if you could hold your trophies up high. No, all right. No, high trophies first. Pierre, it's trophy time, not champagne. Honestly, racing drivers, they're a nightmare. Can't trust them. Straight on the booze. Whoa! Whoop. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so our next presentation is for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. That's the 992 class. And in third place, the 909 Red Camel Jordans NL team of Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, Rick Breukers, and Fabian Dans. In second place, it's the 904 Red Ant Racing car of Brent Verheyen, Peter Grix, Michael Heatherens, and Chris Cools. But your winner is the 903 Red Ant Racing car of Yannick Redont, Ayrton Redont, Kobe de Brucker, and Lucas van Eindhoven. And once again, presenting the trophies, it's Caden and David. First to our third place finishers, that's Red Camel Jordans NL. And now to our second place, the 904 Red Ant Racing. And now our winners, the 903 Red Ant Racing team. And hang on, because there's more. There's the very big trophy for the 903. Where is that VBT? Come on, boys. Carry it from the behind. I can't wait to see it. Oh, it's very big, David. Whoa. Now, hang on. Whoa. Right, now, everyone. Whoa, there we go. Fantastic. Excellent trophy work there, chum. Off you go. Champagne time. Oh, We'll follow her again. Is there a very big trophy for this as well? Yeah, is there a very big trophy for this one?
Yeah, we pick one as well. Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, our next presentation is for the 992 AM class. And in third place, it's the 988 MRS GT racing team of Marco Muller, Sean Thong, Will Langhorn, Terence Say, and Ricardo Costa. In second place, it's the 908 Seb Lejeune Racing by Duvo Racing of Eric Moraes, Solène Amarouche, Miguel Miola, Loris Nari, and Gary Teclavers. And the winners in the 992 AM class, it's the 907 RPM racing team of Tracy Cron, Nicholas Jonsson, Philip Hamprecht, and Patrick Heisman. So it's now time for Caden and David to present those trophies. First off with our third place finishers, which of course is MRS GT Racing. And to our second place finisher, Seb Lejeune Racing by Duvo Racing. And now our winners, the RPM racing team. Now I believe, David, they also have something special. It's that, well, where's it coming? Can you wait? Let's see. It's the very big trophy with Caden this time. It's bigger than the team. Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations. And now for your champagne moment. Hang on. Wait. Vortex team, wait. You need to be called out. Let's do this properly. Our next presentation is for the GTX, the special GT cars, and the winners, 701 Vortex V8. It's Leo Amarouche, Philippe Bonnel, Gilles Courtois, and Lucas Sucliano. And now it's trophy time, so David or Caden, bring out those trophies. Leon needs a hat. There we go. And I believe it's also time for one more extra presentation. Go on, David. Go. Oh! It's Anika! Hello, Anika. Welcome to the trophy presentation with a very large trophy. Fantastic. Okay, hold the trophy up high. And now, champagne yourselves up. Okay, our next presentation is for the GT4 class, for GT4 homologated cars, and in third place, it's the 405 GSR Motorsport team. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask one of the drivers to pronounce all their names, because I will massacre your names. So can you please, can you just read out all the names of your team?
Okay, so Ernesto Globita, Aras Kvadras, Mindaugas Lietukas, Egidijus Gelūnas, and Rokas Kvaraciejus.
Thank you very much. Third place. In second place, it's the 491W Autosport team of Thierry Chacondal, Marc Girard, Michel Salenbach, and Karel Fritz and Thomas Leal. And your winner of the GT4 class, it's the 416 Bugidar ZM Racing team of Aliyah Koluk, David Vareski, Adam Lacko, and Yaroslav Yanis. Now, who will be doing the trophies? Will it be Anika again? Will it be David? Will it be Caden? Who knows? But first of all, to our third place finishers. It's David and Caden. And now our second place finishers. The WO Autosport and their Toyota Supra. And now our winners, Bugidar ZM. And of course, not only do they get to meet Caden and David, but any second now, they're going to receive, any second now, it's coming, it's Anika with the very large trophy! Lift it higher, higher! Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Champagne time. Okay, and for our final presentation of the day, it's for the winner of the TCE class. It's the number 125 Team PRV and their fantastic Peugeot 308. It's Christian Goals, Hervé Oudrey, Alan Remy and Flavia Remy. So it's chance for Caden and David to present the trophies. And I do believe coming round the corner should be Anika with the very, no, will it be Anika? Yes, no, it's David. David has the very large trophy. Go for it, David. More trophies. The boss gets the big one. There we go. Congratulations, PRV. You can now spray yourself if you like, or you can take it home and drink it. Champagne, go, go. And the good news is you've got 2 Uber jobs just booked for the Peugeot. Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the presentation and, of course, concludes the Volderol for the 6th Hankook 24-hour Portimao 2024. Thank you for all being with us. Thank you to Portugal. And we look forward to seeing you all at Misano in the first weekend of July for the next round of the Creventic 24-hour series, the Hankook 12 Hours of Misano. See you then!